get yellow all the time, yeah?
But they had 322 volt, that means they're running late right since the beginning.
How's your weather now?
It's just 2 minutes or something.
Yeah. I'll even charge first result.
Very nice.
Thank you.
You got your
He's quite a dude in the advertising and the creative communication space. He's won over 100 awards in advertising, and in fact, very recently he was named in the list of the top 10 most creative people in India. 8 years ago, he turned into a startup founder, and he's very, very excited to meet you all and talk to you people about anybody who's interested in digital or internet business. He also consults with the Mayo College Governing Council as they work towards the rebranding of Mayo College. So, without further ado, if I may call the meet and greet chief, Shivjit Kullar.
So, welcome to all of you. Yeah, so I'm currently a startup founder, and the man to blame for it is sitting right here, because when I showed him my startup idea, he said, you should do it, and never told me how difficult it would be. I'll catch you, Sanju. Okay. So, now, the one thing we'd like to basically tell you is that the reason this meet and greet chief thing is we'd like this to be as interactive as possible. It's not really a place for people to just tell you, this is the theory of this theory. It's a place to network. It's a place to meet. It's a place for different batches to meet. And I think that's really the most important. So, we thought we'd just ask everyone to give a show of hands as to why you've come. So let's try this out, okay? So there are 3 questions. One is, I have come here for knowledge. That's the first question. Second is, I've come here to network. And third is, I've come here to find help and partners for my business, all right? So I've come here for knowledge. Raise your hands. Who's come here for knowledge? Okay. Okay. So knowledge. You've come here to have a knowledge. I've come here to network for business. Raise your hands. That's great. I've come here to find help for my business, to find partners and help for my business. Okay, great. I've come here for a job. Anyone? Right. So, Sachin, you'll get enough job offers by the end of today. Okay, so we guarantee you that. Right. So before we begin, I'll just introduce Paran. Paran is the voice that makes everyone tremble, basically. So when Paran speaks, it's like butter melts, and women turn around when they hear this voice. So Paran began his career in radio 20 years ago, right after graduating from St. Stephens. He auditioned at AIR FM and landed a gig as an RJ. He's worked at leading radio stations in Dubai and Delhi. And for the last 6 years, he's been a full-time voiceover professional and gets most of his business through Fiverr. Who all have heard of Fiverr? Right. So Fiverr, for the rest of you, is an international website which started off with people offering services for $5. Now, Mayo guys, services doesn't mean anything, but basically voiceovers. Anyway, so it's voiceovers and scripts, etc. And now it's become an international community, and he gets a lot of work from there. So Paran is going to take over, and we have a great list of speakers. We have some showcases, and we also have opportunity for each other to network with each other. Welcome once again.
Okay, thank you, Shivjit. And at the very onset, we'd like to call upon the president of MAAD, Mr. Harmeet Singh, to kindly address us with his welcome address. Mr. Harmeet Singh.
Thanks, Shivjit, and thanks, Param. And with the tone you started here, Shivjit, I don't think I'll be able to match it. But anyway, good evening. Good evening to the members of the General Council, the Mayo Alumni, The special invitees, the panelists, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking out time and being here today. I welcome you all to the second edition of the Mayo Summit and Conclave 2023. Special thanks to all the sponsors without whom this event could not have been held. Networking is the essence of all aspects of our social life, whether it is personal, whether it's professional, or business purposes. This summit is an endeavor to promote networking among the Mayo community. I invite you all to mix with the alumni here and get to know each other, as you may find someone who may be able to help you, or you may be able to help. We are sure that there are stalls outside which are all by Mayoites. I would request you all to please go have a look at them, interact with them. They've taken a lot of time out to put them up, so it'd be nice if you interacted with them. Along with this, the summit also aims to stimulate your minds on some topics which affect us in our professional lives. And for this, we have organized 3 sessions on varied aspects. And I sincerely hope that you can all take away something productive from all these sessions. They're all being handled, and all the panelists are all people who have achieved things in their professional lives. So I think you're going to have a very good interaction over there. Networking is the essence of all our. We've launched, I like to announce here that we've launched an app which we spent a lot of time on, and it has a lot of features. I would request everyone here who's not registered in the app to please register on that app, because it has a lot of features, and till we don't get enough people registering and putting up offers, business offers, professional offers, job offers, we won't be able to get the interaction we are looking for. It has a lot of data on it. You can look for search for your batches. You can look for people in business. All that can be done on this app. It's a great app. It's still in the initial stage, but till you don't get on and give us a feedback, we can't take it further. Even though we are working on it, a feedback from you will always be welcome. I also want to bring to your notice at this time that a lot of effort, time, and cost has gone into making this event happen. This event, you can't imagine the amount of time each person on the executive committee has taken out to their personal time to make this happen. We have reached out to all the alumni to help us out with funding, and that's not happened. We are very disappointed for the response we've got. To make events like this happen, we need X amount of money. And if that is not coming, it becomes very difficult. In fact, our flagship event, which we have been having for the last 20 years, is the golf, and we've not been able to hold it because of lack of funds. There are a lot of suggestions we get for having events. All the time people are saying that why can't we have this and why can't we have that, but we can't have that without money. So I would request you all to please take some time out and give some attention to this, because without your contributions, no events can happen. We can't have this event again. There are very few handful of people who are the sponsors here, which Param read out to you. Besides that, we really have no one really who stepped forward on the basis of us reaching out to them. I sincerely request you all to kindly look into this. There is a lot to be done, and the lot can only be done if we have money. I would also at this time like to ask for a special thanks to the Mayo Summit team. I don't know who all are here, but that's Amrish, Pankaj, Kirat, Prateek, Jasleen, Vidushi, and Jay. And not the least and not the last is Sini, without whom MAD would not function. Can I have a round of applause for all of them, please? I hope you enjoy the evening, and I hope there is networking happening. I see there are a few seats, in fact, quite a few seats which are still to be filled up. I'm sure as we go along in the evening, people will come in. Knowing Mayoites, they all are here for drinks, but no one really comes for this. So we'll have to sort of sort this out the next time we go. Anyway, enjoy the evening and let there be networking. Can I request Colonel Bhavani Singh, who's the president of the Mayo Old Boys Society in Ajmer, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thanks, Harmeet. I've been given 3 minutes. We're running late, so I will dispense with the pleasantries and go to the meat. To start off with, I'd like to congratulate MAD on the planning and execution of the summit. Each year it gets better, though this is the second year. I'm sure it will grow from strength to strength with the support and the enthusiasm. The hall is already filling up, Harmeet, as you spoke. Happy to report that alumni has never been so active and connected. We will continue to strive to building our network. It is the common thread which binds us all. And without networking, the other things will not fall in place. The main thrust would be, I'd like to give you a brief report on what the old boys have achieved in terms of governance and HR reviews, which started off in 2019. We had a setback with COVID, and I'm happy to report we are well on our way. The OBS, on the invitation of the General Council, undertook a HR review of the school. The review was carried out by Manish Sabharwal, batch of 87, who needs no introduction, and that report has been widely circulated, discussed, and dissected. For anything healthy to take place, there must be discussions on both sides. We had 2 workshops. The concluding workshops was in February of this year. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record the alumni. Sorry, we are going on to one Mayo. I represent the old boys, but we are going to move forward as the alumni puja. My apologies. If I do slip, pardon me. Place and record our thanks to the 3 presidents, late H.H. Kota, who started this initiative and encouraged us to give a fair, frank, and detailed report. Sadly, on his device, we had H.H. Karoli take over the reins, and who wholeheartedly supported the initiative and got it to about 10 meters from the finishing line. I don't know what they call it in American football, but pretty close to the end. And finally, H.S. Jodhpur has had it approved, and it will be ratified soon, hopefully. The salient points of this report and what we've been able to achieve, the category of life members is being dispensed with. And from now on, we will have term members where the board or the General Council, technicalities notwithstanding, will invite eminent old boys to come on and help the school for a term of 5 years. The details, as I'll come to later. Endeavor being the chairs of committees will be headed by domain experts. So we hope to see a finance expert in the finance chair in the next 3 months when the new constitution, these things are ratified. The concept of one Mayo has been accepted and approved wholeheartedly, where we will dispense with having 2 organizations, or what I say, organizations and functioning in disharmony or functioning independently. The girls and boys will attend classes, sports, all the facilities will be common to all. The girls will continue living in the girls' school. An underground tunnel will be made. We have a pledge for 5 crore to see it through, 50 lakhs as and when the work starts. I see the girls are clapping more than the boys. I don't know why the boys are. Okay. one of the main recommendations in the interests of transparency and credibility, the far-riding thing was that we needed to get a professional auditor in who attracts people to come and help the school when required. I'm not standing here to raise funds. I'm just giving you the facts. And so Grant Thornton was selected. I'm happy to report they've started working, and the salary of Grant Thornton will be taken care of by the batch of 87. So Harmeet, money is going somewhere. The old boys are participating. It was also recommended, because we have a turnover of about 150 crores. We had 3 bursars. None of them were finance experts. They did not understand finance. So to dispense or diverse the bursars of the finance role and only have them look after administration and appoint a financial controller who should have been a practicing chartered accountant. We all make mistakes. Unfortunately, the person selected did not fit the bill, nor did he fulfill what he was required to do. So we sadly have had to let him go. And when the new finance chairman comes in, I'm sure we will have a proper finance chartered accountant fill up this position. They don't come cheap. We have pledges from old boys who will look after their salary also. If a finance controller in 3 years is not able to earn or save the school his salary, he is not worth it. We'll look for another one. While we all, I'm on most of the social media, WhatsApp groups, we all take great pride in tom-tomming achievements of other schools, but I would like to inform you, by virtue of being on the Mayo College Committee, Education World, which is, when everyone, it suits them, has declared Mayo the #1 boarding school. So I think the director and his staff need to be congratulated and appreciated. I promised you I was not going to take time, so I'm around this whole evening. I'm happy to meet with people, answer questions, and try and satisfy them on these points if they have any. This huge exercise which we started out in 2018 would not have been possible without the unstinted support of all the chapters, the chapter presidents, and a large number of old boys. I cannot list them out. We will come back subsequently only once this is officially ratified and apprise you of what the changes are, and we will definitely acknowledge everyone who helped us with their inputs. The last point, but not the least, we have started a very interesting event in December called Deja Vu. It is conceived and operationalized by Harmeet. All the people who have come there raved about it. We've had, so again, we were victims of COVID. We had the first one in 2019, where one of our young boys got his fiancée. Now I'm happy to announce they are married and they have a 1-year-old daughter. So congratulations. But the aim is, again, networking, as Harmeet said. Boys come, spend time with their families and the other old boys. Stay in houses. We don't allow them to stay in the Oman guest house. If you are coming for Deja Vu, there's no entitlement. You are an old boy, you come as an old boy. With that, thank you. I hope I haven't overshot my time. Shivjit's got up to inform me. Okay, go Mayo. Bye.
Can we now call upon, for the welcome address, the MCGS Alumni President and MCGS Delhi Chapter President. Can we have them on stage, please?
A very good evening, all of you, my fellow Mayoites, Sanjeev, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here with you all today as a representative of the Mayo Girls Alumni Association. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Harmeet and to Kirit, not only for inviting me to speak, but more importantly, for organizing this event that gives us all an opportunity to celebrate our shared experiences at Mayo and the many accomplishments that have come from it. It's incredible to think about how much we've all grown since our days on campus. But what remains constant is our connection to each other and to Mayo. Events like these are special because we get to continue to strengthen those bonds and expand our network of colleagues, friends, and supporters. As I stand here, I can recall so many instances from my professional life where the tenor of a meeting completely changed once we discovered our common Mayo connection. I continue to benefit from it even today in my current position, where I have Bhavani as my defender at board meetings in Ajmer, where Kirit and Harmeet have turned up. Physically, their presence meant so much to us at the recently concluded Mayo Marketplace event. They've showed up and visibly supported our maiden attempt at creating a platform for the entrepreneurs amongst us. You will all agree with me that life doesn't make things easy for any of us. Please take my word that it makes it even harder for women. I mean, you've all heard of old boys networks, right? How many old girls networks do you ever come across? I don't think you can list even 5. So we need these networking events to make new connections, find new opportunities, and build lasting relationships. Networking is daunting. It's certainly not easy, but it doesn't have to be in a context like this. At an event here, it's like a conversation between people who have a common point to discuss and to start from. It's an opportunity to learn from each other and discover new perspectives. One of the most rewarding things about today's program is the potential to collaborate with other alumni. Shivjit said, of course, in his speech, in the question that he asked, what have we come here for? We all come from different backgrounds and industries. But I'd like to remind you, we share a common bond that makes us uniquely positioned to work together. Through collaboration, we can achieve greater things in our lives. My ask of each one of you tonight is this: please be kind, please be forgiving, and please be generous with your time and your judgment when you're dealing with a fellow Mayoite. Give 60% and expect 40%, and this network shall thrive because of our combined generosity. In closing, thank you everyone for coming out tonight and for your continued dedication to Mayo. Let's use tonight to connect, share stories, and inspire one another. Whether we are just starting out in our careers or we are seasoned professionals with nice gray hair, we all have something to offer and something to gain. Let's make the most of this evening and continue to build our legacy together. One Mayo, go Mayo forever. Jasleen's our Delhi chapter head.
Thank you so much. That was Pooja Di, our very, very motivating president. I am Jasleen, as you know, and I am from batch of 2000. And I am the MCGS Delhi chapter head. It's been a great association to be part of MAD and also to be involved in the organizing committee of the Alumni Summit. Further on from here, as Pooja Di has already said, we definitely would like to do more events together and enhance the concept of One Mayo. Everyone have a great evening. Thank you.
Okay, so are you ready for the sessions to begin now? Yes? Everybody feeling nice and awake? Look, I think the tea and coffee is going to be happening soon, so if you're waiting for that, don't worry about it. Okay, so I'd like to call on stage the first moderator that we have for our session 1, which is about reimagining finance 2023. He's actually going to begin with a fireside chat. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Managing Director of Maple Capital Advisors, Pankaj Karna, from the batch of 1988. He's an experienced banker, entrepreneur, investor with over 25 years of experience in having leadership roles in big banks across. He founded Maple Capital Advisors in 2010, and it's a leading boutique investment banking firm. He's also instrumental in making this event come together. So please help me welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Pankaj Karna.
Thanks, Paran, for the kind words. So, before I came here, my president, Harmeet, said, "You are too serious." So, I'm trying to make it slightly lighter and, ease up this August gathering, which is obviously, we thank everyone on Saturday afternoon. Everyone wants to snooze or actually do something else. So, hall is filling up, so that's a good sign. I know our chief guest for the fireside chat, Sanjeev, is limited on time, so I won't take much time. I'll straight away get to introducing Sanjeev. Sanjeev, as you know, is really looked upon by the startup community and entrepreneurs in India. He created what we know today as Naukri.com way back in 1997. He started over a garage, and which is now close to $8 billion market cap company, has backed startups like Zomato, Policy Bazaar, which have gone on to become unicorns, and has done so much for the startup community, for entrepreneurs, and as a philanthropist as well. He's a founding trustee of Ashoka University, has backed many other philanthropy initiatives, and also has been part of many forums and leadership positions in NASSCOM, IIM Ahmedabad, and many other forums. He studied at St. Columbus, went to St. Stephen's, and went to IIM Ahmedabad before starting his journey, which we'll talk a little bit about. The idea is reimagining entrepreneurship with Sanjeev Bhikchandani. So Sanjeev, may I request you to join us, please? And give him a loud applause for his time with us.
Yeah, thank you. Just a clarification. I think you have a slightly outdated profile. Market correct हो गया है. Market cap is no longer $8 billion. I think 5.5 के आसपास है. Just want to clarify that.
We are the sign of times to come. But I hope this is only temporary and, going to rebound back. So our idea here, Sanjeev is comfortable equally answering in Hindi or English, as I understand, and we want to lighten the air a bit. It is a large hall and it is a Saturday afternoon. So, Sanjeev started life from IIM Ahmedabad into multinationals. In an era where there weren't many big VCs like we are seeing in the front row here, and where everyone was very happy working with multinational environments, and that's where he was working. So Sanjeev, tell us what made you jump into entrepreneurship in that time?
See, pre-liberalization, hierarchies were oppressive, empowerment was low. I knew I was smarter than my boss and my boss's boss, but I really couldn't do what I wanted to do. And I kind of figured that I don't want to work my way up the corporate sector as an employee in a large corporation. And I should do something independent on my own. I had no big idea, no vision, nothing. But I just quit, and we started doing salary surveys, right? And I really didn't want to run a big company. I was very happy running a small company out of my house, breaking even, taking a small salary, and into the lifestyle business, right? But, Naukri we launched as, I had drifted for 7 years after quitting my job, 1990 to 97, done 20 small things. Salary surveys, trademark database, teaching, training, some writing, some part-time journalism, whatever. Whatever came my way to survive. And then we launched Naukri as the 21st small thing. When we launched Naukri, there were only, 14,000 internet accounts in the country. We had no idea of where it will go. We simply said it's a nifty small idea. If we can get 500 companies a month to give us 1,000 rupees to list a job on the website every month, we'll do 60 lakh rupees a year turnover. And then we might make a 10 lakh rupee profit, and I might get a salary because I was getting salary very intermittently. Very often, there wasn't enough money to pay myself. And that's how we launched. We simply took jobs from newspapers around the country, and we put it on the net, and traffic began to come, and then slowly we began to charge. And then, venture capital came in, and we were right place, right time. We raised 7.3 crores from ICICI. And once you raise venture capital, you made a commitment that you build a large company because the investor wants an exit after 5 years or 7 years. So uske baad mehnat karni padi.
No, absolutely. I remember meeting you along with a Dutch fund in those early days in your office in Noida, and after ICICI had come in, and it was very interesting to see what you're doing. So did you imagine at that point what you are today?
No chance. I had no, मेरे को बड़ा बनना नहीं था. I really didn't want to build a big company. I was very happy running a small company, but competition got funded, and so we had to raise funding. And once you raise funding, you're committed to a certain course of action because now there's third-party money involved. They're on your board. You sign a shareholder agreement. You have to give an exit, right? So all sorts of complicated things happen when you raise money, and that's what happened to us. And so we had to go in a certain direction, and fortunately, it worked out.
So you thank the VCs for where you are today?
No, I think we were very fortunate. We got a very good investor. I think our investors, ICICI Venture, were pretty clear that we were the entrepreneurs, they were the investors. So they would suggest but not impose. And Amrish is here, he'll tell you. Okay, compared to today's VCs and how, today's investors, how they sort of guide and direct their companies they invested in, they were very, very light touch.
Oh, fantastic. It's always great to have a very supportive VC, because if it goes the other direction, it's always quite a challenge. There's always a lot of people talk about all the good things. Did you face any challenges and failures in your path, and how did you overcome them?
Lots and lots, yeah. So, before Naukri, there was never any money. So you're sort of, scraping around to get some money. You couldn't afford a computer, you couldn't afford an air conditioner. There was no money. So capital infrastructure was poor, right? And you're still trying to scrape and get by. I was doing 2-3 jobs at the same time. I was teaching in business schools around Delhi, running the company, and also I was a part-time journalist with a newspaper, right? To somehow get enough money to sort of survive, right? We raised venture capital, and we thought life will be easier now because we got 7.3 crores in the bank, but the meltdown happened almost immediately. And I remember Amrish joined, and I was trying to figure out how to get good people without paying too much money, right? And so Amrish had just taken VRS from Bank of America, so he had a pot of money in his bank account. And I said, you know what, you want to do something interesting, you can join us. We won't pay too much money, but if the company becomes valuable, your stock will be worth something. So he joined up. Now, he joined initially in the headhunting piece, but he eventually became CFO. After 3 months of being CFO, Amrish came to me and said, listen, I think I should resign. So now we were paying him 1 lakh rupees a month, right, as a CFO. And I said, why? He said, look, man, this company is going to go out of business because the monthly salary bill is 4 times the revenue. Okay? And so we are headed for a disaster. So I said, boss, you hang on, we'll see. And it didn't take a lot of persuasion, but he stuck around, right? And he saw us through. But all I'm saying is we have been through enough near-death experiences. So I remember, the dot-com meltdown happened, the IT meltdown happened, 9/11 happened in the space of some 15, 18 months. And there was absolutely no hope of raising the next round. So we thought we were toast, but we somehow managed to come out of it simply by going out of the market and making sales calls. So the month after 9/11, Hitesh, who's the CEO, he made 85 sales calls. I made 64 sales calls, and bit by bit we were able to crawl out of the hole that we got into.
Fantastic. So what was the tipping point and scale up in your journey?
So I think to scale profitably, right? A company, a startup needs to discover what I call its repeatable profitable unit, right? It basically means you've got a unit of activity or an outcome which makes a profit, and then you can repeat this, and you can multiply it 100x, 1000x. So a few months after joining Hitesh Oberoi, it was Hitesh, Amrish, and me who were the three executive directors of the company then. So Hitesh was in charge of sales and marketing at that time. And he came to me and he said, listen, you're selling a direct mail. Why can't we just hire salespeople who will go out and meet HR managers and try and sell to them? And I said, ha, kar lo. Try 100 experiments. Who knows what might work? That time we had our backs to the wall. And Hitesh, we went out and hired 4 salespeople in Delhi. And we discovered in 3 months' time that the average salesperson is generating 50,000 rupees of revenue in a month, collections. And उसका total खर्चा 22,000 रुपए salary, conveyance, incentives, depreciation on computer. We had hot desking, shared computers, furniture, rent, सब कुछ बिजली, right? 22,000 रुपए महीने था. तो 28,000 रुपए का profit था. Headed knots because this 50,000 rupees was going up every month. And we said, hey, this is cool. The average salesperson is generating a profit of 28,000 rupees a month, headed north. Just keep adding more and more sales guys until such time as the last salesperson fails to recover his own cost. And in the space of the next 18 months, we opened offices in 11 cities, and we had 240 salespeople in the company. Right? And revenue jumped 30x, okay, in those 2 years, and we were profitable. So I think to scale profitably, and you need to scale profitably because you have to be capital efficient now. There's not enough money available. To scale profitably, you've got to find your repeatable, profitable unit. And we did that, without realizing what it was when we did it.
So you think scaling up for many small businesses that set out, the repeatable, profitable business and ability to invest behind that is the key, right? In our case, it was. I think in many companies it is. So it's something which I think people should look out for if they're doing a company. So just coming back to now your journey as an investor, now that we've got a scaled up, profitable business in Naukri, what are the traits that you see today in an entrepreneur that makes you back him?
I think the first is he on top of understanding the consumer and what the consumer wants, right? So when we met Deepinder Goyal for the first time, I asked him, Deepinder is the founder of Zomato, I asked him, so Zomato was a website, it was called Foodie Bay then, it was a website which had, there were many restaurant listing sites, but this one was the only one with all the menu cards, right? And I found that very useful, my son found it useful, Hitesh found it useful, that you could see the menu cards, see the dishes, check the prices, and then figure out where you want to go for lunch or dinner. Right? And the others simply didn't have the menu cards. They had reviews, they had photographs, they had all that, but it was sab bakwas hai. You want the menu cards. That's what we felt. So the first question I asked Deepinder, I said, boss, ye idea kahan se aaya to put all the menu cards? And he told me a very interesting story. He said, I was working in Bain Consulting in Gurgaon. Bain was, 50, 60 people working there. Mostly young, mostly single, mostly male, mostly living away from home. They're from different towns. What it meant was that they would not bring food from home. Consulting hours were long. Okay? Invariably, you ate lunch and dinner in the office. Office had a cafeteria that would not serve food. You could bring your own food and eat it there. To make life easy for the employees, the admin team had collated delivery menu cards of roughly 80 restaurants that would deliver to that location and kept them in a file folder in the cafeteria. Right? And Dipinder said to me, every day at 1 p.m. you go down, you're hungry, you've got deadlines to meet, you're stressed out about your work, your boss is jumping on your head, and you have to stand in line to access the file. And then you have 30 seconds to look at it and quickly decide, and then you call up the guy and you place the order, and then you go back to your desk and work for an hour while the food is being delivered. And then you come and pay for it, and then you eat. This is very inconvenient. I came one weekend, and I scanned all these menu cards and uploaded them on my personal page in the office internet. And he says, within 2 days, the IT infra guy came to me and said, what have you done? Why is 95% of internal traffic going to your page? Right? This penny dropped. Penny dropped. The market, the customer had given him a signal. Aggregation of menu cards got value. He says, I went out every weekend after that, picking up menu cards. When I had 800, I launched the site, and traffic began to come. So Dipinder had a very good finger on the pulse of the consumer. That the consumer wants this. Jo main banaunga, customer aayega, kharidega. I know it because in my office, people told me by clicking that aggregation of menu cards got value. And nobody else had that insight. There were none of the other sites. And Dipinder kept getting traffic. And when we met him, he told me the story, and I said, we're investing. Now, you look for many other things, but the first thing is, I think, does he know the consumer? Does he know the customer? Is there a deep customer insight on which is based his idea? Is he solving an unsolved problem? Is he first mover to do that? Then, of course, we look at quality of founder, passion, commitment, integrity, ability to lead people. You look at market size, you look at various things. But the first thing is this.
Fantastic. I think those are some invaluable kind of insights, because this is a journey which started with him, you probably backing him in very early days, and it's kind of gone to a different level. There's one question which is relevant because, we have a lot of people from educational institution, and you backed Ashoka University on day one. Some learnings, and what are the thoughts you have for educational institutions to kind of scale with quality and prominence?
So I think Ashoka, the idea, we want to do 5 or 6 things differently. Number one is, we felt that India has got many engineering colleges. It's got many business schools. The regular college, where you study for a BA, okay, that system is not doing too well. The government is spending a lot of money, but there aren't that many very good regular colleges. And we felt that perhaps that's an unsolved problem. So that's what we should focus on, liberal arts and then sciences, right? And there we felt that, look, you got to, now in India we follow the British system because that's what we inherited. You pick your subject and you study it. And the subject you pick depends on the marks you get, not what your interest levels are, right? In the US, on the other hand, you study 5, 6 subjects in the first year or 2, and then you do a major, depending on your interest. So then we said there'll be collective philanthropy. It can't belong to one person or one business house. So we managed to put a lot of people behind it. And then we said, you get great faculty, they will attract good students. So we will pay faculty a salary which is perhaps slightly more than government colleges and universities. It doesn't compare with corporate sector, multinationals, but it's good enough to live a decent life, right? So these are some of the things we wanted to do, and it kind of worked out.
I think some of them are quite applicable in our school context as well, so, for you to note. So final question, not a big question, just ABC answer. Sanjeev, in the next phase, entrepreneur, investor, philanthropist?
Retired.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev, for very insightful parts of your journey in life.
Okay, so let's do an interactive thing for a minute. It'll be interesting. Put the lights up. So I'm going to ask all of you a question, and then we're going to put it to Sanjeev, okay? There is this very romantic notion of entrepreneur versus career person. It's the eternal sort of question in everyone's mind. And I feel that there are certain, so whenever people come to me and said, I want to open a company or I want to found this or that, I feel that I tell them, be very careful. It depends a lot on who you are as a person. It depends a lot on your character. It depends a lot on your mood, your temperament, and what you want to be. Because you could want to be a hero, but your life can be a living hell, and vice versa. So I think I'd first ask everybody, or anyone, what do you think is the most important quality to becoming an entrepreneur? Anyone?
To be prepared to walk alone, to become an entrepreneur, and to be ready to find solutions for any kind of problems that might come. I mean, one has to be a go-getter for the solution, to get on to the solution part, because challenges will be unknown in this sphere.
Which batch are you? What's your
2004.
Name?
Harsh Sotodia.
So that's Harsh's thing, to be prepared to walk alone and to find solutions. So it's like a little bit like getting divorced, basically. Just get out of the house, walk alone, and find your own food. So it's difficult. Yeah.
Just to sum up, I mean, more or less what he said, it's just the passion and to some extent the risk-taking appetite.
So a passion and the risk-taking appetite are the two most important things.
Because that otherwise the person would not be driven enough to face the challenges, what Harsh has mentioned.
What batch? What's your name?
My name is Ashish Agarwal. I'm in 91 batch.
Great. Somebody tell me why you should not be an entrepreneur. Come on. Anybody tell me why it's a wrong thing to be an entrepreneur? There. Okay, you got someone. Great.
You should not be an entrepreneur if you're willing to forego all your downtime. So there's no personal life, there is no office life, it's all the same. And you've got to live that.
So if you value your time zones and your balance, be careful of becoming an entrepreneur.
Certainly.
Which batch? And
99.
Are you an entrepreneur?
Yes.
Okay. Give her a round of applause. That's a pretty honest thing. All right. So
being an entrepreneur, initially, yes, you kind of don't have time for yourself maybe. But I think you cannot have all the freedom and security too. So entrepreneur is about attaining freedom at one point of time, and being in a career-oriented thing is like being secured from day one. If you're working hard, but I think you have more of time constraints, and you're governed by somebody when you are in a job structure.
So this is a brave man, huh? Challenging a woman with 5 women around her, looking at him. He should be an entrepreneur. Right. So let's hear from, so Sanjeev, the question that I'm asking basically, and I'll put it in a way because, I often we meet at talks and then, we hear, I feel that often it just looks very sexy, very good what you're hearing, but actually you should be very clear about what you're going to be facing when you go ahead. Sanjeev, a few comments on the journey?
Yeah, so I think there were 7 or 8 things said. Many I agree with, 1 or 2 I disagree with. So I agree with the lady there, I don't know her name, that there is no such thing as work-life balance if you're an entrepreneur. There's only work-life integration. Okay? It's a Saturday afternoon, I didn't go to Mayo College, I'm here. Okay? Okay. Okay, coming to the point on being a risk taker. Actually, a great entrepreneur doesn't just spot opportunities and chase them and execute well. If you want to be a successful over 20, 30, 40 years, you have to understand and manage risk very well, right? And entrepreneurs are not risk takers. Entrepreneurs are risk averse. I am the most risk averse guy I've met, man. I'm so scared, I can't tell you. But I manage risk. Okay? It's just that your goal is different, and that the path to that goal maybe naturally carry more risk than a path to some other goal. But even on that path, you will take the lowest risk option possible if you're a sensible, rational entrepreneur. Okay? Be prepared to sort of go alone for a long, long time. I tend to agree. I think company अगर बनानी है, तो entrepreneur का तेल निकल जाता है, which is why it's very hard to build 2 big companies in your lifetime. Very few have done it. Maybe Elon Musk, maybe Steve Jobs, maybe Peter Thiel, I do not know, but generally, big, large companies, successful companies, are the product of the lifetime's effort of somebody. Right? It takes a long time. And yes, there's no guarantee. See, the thing is that all the stories you hear and those who are written about, those who get on stage, are people who have done well. And therefore, we assume कि यही है.
When 9 out of 10 actually fail.
Okay, and so that is something we need to be careful of. But if you were to ask me what is the one quality, I think to answer the original question you asked, I think the greatest quality of an entrepreneur, and all these are important, persistence, resilience, all that is important. I think the greatest quality of an entrepreneur is the ability to create trust across the table. Trust with your co-founders, trust with your colleagues and employees, trust with your investors, trust with your customers. If you can create trust across the table, hopefully many things get solved.
Okay, so that's the question on entrepreneurism. I'm an entrepreneur, by the way, and I'm terrified half the days that I wake up. Other days I'm happy, but what is good is that I have no boss, basically. And recently, the ex-head of Facebook, I think, Anandam, he said one interesting thing, basically. He says, to become a successful business, a business has to face near death 5 times. And he talked that thing recently. So I think now we'll move on to the moderates. Paran, we'll move on to the next session. So big round of applause to Sanjeev. It's so nice to find people who say that, yeah, I didn't want to be a big man. But so easy to say it when you're worth 3,000 crores. So both things apply. But it's really good having him here. And thanks to Pankaj for his thing. You want to round up, Pankaj, and we'll go to the next session.
No, I think it's fantastic. Sanjeev, how are you doing on time? Can you be part of the panel?
Yeah. I'll stay 15 moments, sir.
Yeah. Thanks. So without Sanjeev is short on time, so I'll accelerate this to get request the other panelists to join in for our session on reimagining financing. Ashwin Chadda. Ashwin's worked at the Wall Street with Morgan Stanley, then was at General Atlantic, was a part of the founding team at India Equity Partners in 2011, combining his family business and his own experience. He established a fantastic platform which does debt, equity, and angel investing all in one. Very few people have done it. Ashwin Chadda. We have Ashish Bhargava, alumni Mayo College, partner at True North. He quit his job, fantastic career at Marico, headed marketing there, and which is a very successful Indian FMCG company. Joined True North in 2008, has been doing late-stage transactions, focuses on consumer manufacturing logistics. He's from IIT Delhi, has also invested in companies like Policy Bazaar, which Sanjeev has backed, and he's from IIT Delhi, MBA from Symbiosis, and also Mayo Alumni. Ashish Bhargava. Apurva Chamaria. Apurva, avid investor, one of the most well-recognized angel investors in 2018. He's worked with Tech Mahindra and RateGain. He's written a book which is a bestseller, which is called You Are the Key, Unlocking Doors to Social Media, recognized by PM Modi as one of the Digital India, his contribution to Digital India. He studied at a number of institutions apart from Mayo College, IMI, IMC, JNU, Harvard, and currently on path to becoming Dr. Chamaria, doing his PhD. Dr. Apurva Chamaria. Okay, we have running, I'm trying to keep it in time, so just check me because we have a lot of questions for this August panel. Thank you so much. I think we are here discussing this because this year, private equity, M&A, fundraising, all of that has dropped to almost like 50% of what it used to be last few years. IPO volumes are down. Sanjeev just corrected me, and sorry for my my miss on the market cap.
It changes every day.
It changes every day, right. However, early stage investing is still fairly buoyant. People like Apurva can attest that or not. He's got still a lot of gunpowder behind him. And the reset, there is reset. The reset on profitability. Profitability, as Sanjeev said, was the key to his scaling up. And I think that's what investors are looking at. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We have today a panel which manages multi-billion dollars under their assets, the assets that they manage. And they give perspectives from startup to late stage, corporate VC to institutional VC. So it's a very august panel we have. Please feel free to ask questions at the end. But before I start, how many people are raising capital from the financial sector, from or interested in knowing what's going on in the financial markets? If you can raise your hands. Okay, so I'll keep it light. It's not like a fully oriented audience as such. But so quickly, Sanjeev, we have talked about all the good things, and how has the world changed in 23? And what is your investment thesis today?
Our investment thesis is the same as it always was. It's just that the companies we invested in may not have always followed what we had said, simply because they had so much money available. And the competition was raising money. It was a different environment. I'll just say one thing, which we tell all our founders who invested behind. The customer's money is better than the investor's money. Because if you're getting the customer's money and you're getting it repeatedly at a price that's higher than the cost, chances are you have a viable business as long as you can get enough customers. And if you're getting the customer's money, investor का पैसा ज़रूर आएगा अगर आपको चाहिए तो, because investors love to invest behind businesses that are getting the customers' money, right? On the other hand, if you get the investors' money first, there's no guarantee you'll get the customer's money, because the customer is unforgiving. The customer will give you money only if he or she is convinced your product worked, or it worked the first time for buying the second time, right? Getting investors' money is making your PowerPoint work and impress a couple of MBAs across the table, sometimes more than that, no insult, but to anybody including me. But in general, it's a good idea to get customer money before you get investor money.
No, fantastic, and that's how I think you figure out your unit economics. The customer's ready to pay, and the salesman was making sure he's selling at a margin. Anyway, just trying to shift this topic a little bit. Ashwin, you have been focusing on debt substantially, and you do also equity. So I haven't understood that very clearly, but maybe you can make people understand how do you do debt in the current environment?
So
debt is loans, by the way. So it's loans, I mean, taking loans, yeah.
So we do corporate debt, so we give loans to companies, and that's a business we started about 10 years ago, and in the fund structure now for the last 7-8 years. It's a very interesting time right now because at one side, equity is slow. So you see companies are deferring equity raises or are going slow. IPOs are not happening. The IPO market is effectively shut. So a lot of companies are trying to raise debt, which is good because we have more and more companies to look at. I also say it's a tough time for us as lenders because there is a lot of disguised equity coming as debt. So effectively, everybody else who's on the cap table has refused to fund equity, and it's come to us to help give loans. So that's also a very challenging environment. You have to be very careful where you're lending out today. But every time the market shakes a little bit, we get more investor interest. So probably we could double the size of our fund today and raise more money than probably what we can manage. So one has to be a little bit careful of temptation there too for us.
So it's exciting times for you now.
The funny part is being a lender in India is always exciting.
Okay.
We've done now close to about 100 loans, and we have 2 in NCLT right now, where we are recovering, so it's very exciting. I've lost a lot of my hair over the last few months, but the funny part is, I'll just take a minute, and one of the cases, actually, both were COVID-induced cases. In one case, the private equity fund, 2 PE funds owned the business. They fought with the promoter coming out, fought with each other, fought with the promoter. We tried to take a year to sort of make peace between all of these constituents, and it didn't happen. So we took it to NCLT. We backed the promoter and not the PE fund, so which is very interesting because PE fund has money, they can take us out. And after about a year now, we've already received about half our money. We should get in the next month the other half. But the only one who's actually made the business going is the founder, and the PE funds are still fighting amongst each other. So just goes to show that, you know, backing founders in India, it may be a very tough journey, but you know, I think in the end, there's a lot of perseverance that a founder has, and we tend to do just that, back founders, as opposed to, you know, go after where the money bags are.
Oh, that's fantastic. I think it's also music to the ears to hear that, you know, you're backing founders. Ashish, you back late stage companies. IPO markets are choppy. Are you full of deals on your table, or what's the situation?
It's an interesting context to be responding after what he just said about the PE world. So I think the IPO markets have been choppy, yes, because I think overall, when you read the headline numbers, they look very nice. You know, India is a fast-growing market. You know, it's probably performing the best globally. But once you peel the covers, you know, there are issues. And once you look deeper, there are challenges, right? But unfortunately, what happens is the headline numbers drive valuations, right? And once you look at those headline numbers, most entrepreneurs are looking at those headline numbers and they want to hold on to the valuations that they want to kind of do deals at. Which doesn't make sense for us, because at the end of the day, you know, our business is about investing and generating returns, right? And we have to look at it in a more sanguine manner as to how things will pan out over a period of 5 years, 7 years, which is when the business would get built and, you know, what kind of exits will come in. But at the end of the day, I think, like Sanjeev mentioned, I think the bottom line is good businesses, irrespective of the environment, will always get funded. It doesn't matter, you know, whether the IPO markets are choppy or there is a shortage of funds or whatever it is. There will always be a beeline for good businesses, and people looking at building good businesses will never find it short to find good investors backing them. So I think it's ultimately about not so much the context, but really the business that you're building, right, and the quality of the business that you're building, what kind of, strategies, what kind of frameworks, governance, incentives are you adopting to build that business. I think those things become very important as compared to really the context.
Oh, great. I think, you know, you're obviously lucky because people who come to me are already making money. They're profitable companies. It's always easy.
Yeah, we are lucky that way. Yeah, we are lucky in that sense that we do late stage, right? But in late stage, there are enough and different types of challenges which exist.
Actually, Policybazaar was not profitable when they invested. So, you know, they also invest in loss-making companies.
Yes. So we back.
But there's predictability.
Yeah. So we generally tend to back profitable businesses, but we back interesting stories, right? Ours is a business of buying and selling stories, right? And the idea is we buy a good story, embellish it, and then hopefully, you know, it becomes a better story for us to generate and create value, right? So some of the businesses that we've invested in didn't make money, but yes, during the tenure that we held it, they became profitable. And, you know, they were good assets for us to kind of turn over.
Fantastic, I think. There are no two ways about some of those fundamental things. Apurva, you know, you're in the exciting space with a lot of calls to be taken before you can see them, what's going to happen. So maybe you can talk a little bit about how's the world changed now. Are you still investing in crypto, or is it something else?
So I personally never did crypto and Web3 because I didn't understand it. And I think as investors, it's easier, frankly, for me to focus on what I understand, which is tech. So my portfolio largely is SaaS, fintech, gaming, and it's very exciting to be early stage investor right now because we're seeing two new trends emerge. So a lot of second-time founders are coming in. So people who exited their first companies for 20 million, 30 million, and tremendous entrepreneurial maturity as a founder. So those kind of deals are very exciting. Second is there have been a lot of retrenchment between startups and big tech. So you have very, very good operators coming out who have seen scale, and they're building amazing businesses. So both the trends are very exciting for early stage investing. Early stage investing is also momentum investing, because if you're not a fund, you want to typically rotate capital, invest early, back the founder, exit by Series B. So it's a lot of momentum investing. And because you're not investing for 20 years, 30 years, that's not the game you're in. So we're seeing a lot of momentum. A lot of startups are coming around public digital infrastructure. So ONDC is a very exciting space. Startups are building around it, either as a sell-side app or a buy-side app or a payment app on top of ONDC. We're seeing account aggregator. We're seeing apps around Ayushman Bharat Health Mission. So a lot of exciting things are happening, which is encouraging. Yeah.
Stacks that are coming up, the financial stack, health stack, all of that. So just coming, Sanjeev, we've talked about profitability, and you are investing at early enough stage, I would call it, right? How are you seeing that today? And is that,
look,
and what is your
the deal flow is better than ever before, simply because there aren't so many people who are funding at a rapid pace. But we also are not funding at a rapid pace, okay? Because you are being a lot more discerning, a lot more careful. You're asking yourself, how much money will this company need over the next 5-7 years? And how much of that money are we prepared to put in? And if we are not prepared to put in the whole thing over the next 5-7 years, then aur paisa kahan se aayega? And the inability of a company to raise capital from elsewhere becomes a key risk, right? Capital efficiency, you know, ये महंगा entrepreneur है, सस्ता entrepreneur है. ये महंगी business है, सस्ती business है. You know, the capital efficiency is key as of now. Okay? Apart from your usual, prism to sort of evaluate a company.
Fantastic. So I think it's going to take longer to get your term sheets from Sanjeev, is what I get the message.
Okay. So apologies, I have to leave. Yeah, but let's carry on. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a few more questions to kind of, from the fellow panelists.
Traditionally, this is always the problem. The early stage gets the exit first.
Prateek, can you make sure he gets the gift? There's a memento. Sorry, Sanjay, we need to block you. We need to give you a small memento before you leave.
You're making sure it's a full exit.
So this is, you got your carry as well. So. Sorry, we had to accommodate Sanjeev's request. But let's start, continue where we were. Ashwin, how do you fund companies or lend to companies which have no collateral, which are not profitable, and you still want to make sure you get your money back?
That's why I have less hair than in the picture. So typically, most of our companies are profitable, but we also do some loss-making companies. But typically, they're profitable. It's a funny. By the way, my father calls me Shylock. So just to give you guys we can be the best friend to our founders when they are abiding by whatever they're signed up for, and we can be, unfortunately, the worst enemy when they stop abiding by things that they've signed up for. So it's a very typically we find good companies where people understand, and it's kind of a job to make founders understand what leverage is. It's somebody told me very early when I was starting my career that, you only work 8-10 hours in the day to make money, but your interest ticker works 24 hours. So while you're sleeping, your interest adds up. So it's a very, it's a difficult business. Having said that, I believe in the goodness of people. We are very accommodative to companies that go through a tough business cycle. So for instance, COVID, we had backed one of the leading QSR chains, and their business went from 18 crores a month, very profitable, to zero. And it stayed zero for 4, 5, 6 months. During that time, there are about 1,000 employees who needed to be fed. Their families had to be fed. So we were very accommodative. We gave them a moratorium. In fact, we made sure that they have enough money, and we led a new round of funding. We convinced one of the largest equity guys globally who was inside the company, wasn't willing to fund. We convinced them to fund. So we are real long-term partners. People take money from us not once, twice, thrice. But the intent has to be there. Once you lose the intent and you feel like that somebody's taking you for a ride, then we have a lot of means to make sure that we recover money. We also, simple rule, we don't do any kind of lending without a share pledge of the business and personal guarantees of the founders. So we are not the very early stage lenders who get comfort that a Sequoia or a Excel is funding, and behind that we're coming in. We do our own credit evaluation, and we're happy to fund, traditional industries. Many of those Ashish would have backed, where the founders have created large companies, and profitable companies, don't have a VCPE guy. Maybe somebody is buying a competitor, they need money quickly, we will do that. We funded companies where there are 2 family members, there is a split, one has to buy the other family out, so we will provide funding for that. So it's a very specific kind of funding that we do that, unfortunately in India banks will not do. We do it very quickly, and obviously we charge a little bit higher rates, but in most cases it works out.
Thanks. I think that's interesting. Ashish, what do you invest in companies? Profitability is a given. So what do you look at as a metrics beyond profitability? When you are looking at really keen to back someone.
So, we are pretty late stage. So by the time we come in, the business model is pretty much fixed, it's baked in. So for us, unlike the VC space, we are not looking at mega returns or, big multiples. Basically, we are bringing in larger pools of capital with a steady growth framework, which over a period of 5 to 7 years is going to give a steady return. So there, I think for us, the industry that we invest in becomes very critical. So we are going after large industries. So essentially, we have 4 swim lanes that we go after. The first swim lane is financial services. Second is essentially pharma healthcare. Third is consumer manufacturing. And fourth is IT products and services. So these are very large sectors with enough companies, enough consumer sets to serve very large profit pools. So therefore, the industries are strong. And within those industries, we have to find the gems that hopefully, we can partner with and will give us the kind of outcomes we are looking to achieve in our defined time frame. So therefore, for us, it's the industry call first. We have to be in the right industries because, there's a very common saying that, you can't win against a poor industry. You can have the best resources, best management team, but if you're in a bad industry, you are in a bad industry, right? And therefore, for us, industry choice becomes very critical. And thereafter, specific gems in that industry that we want to back.
Oh, fantastic. Apurva, you are into early tech businesses which don't make money. It's like almost the Wild West. So how do you go about investing, and what do you look at when you want to back a company?
So I'll clarify. the tech which I do is largely SaaS, fintech largely lending. So these are inherently profitable businesses. So SaaS is like Sanjeev was saying, your customer is actually your investor. So in fact, me and Ashwin are co-investors in a SaaS company, which in first year did about 800K. Second year, they're going to do 2.5 million ARR. Third year, they might even do 7 million ARR. So we back operators, founders who are doing tech or tech-enabled businesses. And they might be unprofitable in the short run because they are burning on sales and marketing. But if they cut it, they will still grow at 20-30% and be profitable. The reason they are unprofitable is we want them to grow 100%, 200% without really worrying about cutting sales and marketing cost. So we are in a good space. In fact, DTC is pillared a lot nowadays. But even in direct to consumer, you have Mamaearth, which is profitable. You have Noise, which is profitable. You have Boat, which is profitable. You have a bunch of circular economy businesses which are profitable. So you can build a dhanda, a very good dhanda which is profitable, which is growing at 20-30%. And then if you need faster growth in short term, you have an option to be unprofitable. Yeah.
Very grounded advice from a tech platform, so I must say. You know, Ashwin, you do early stage investments in equity, you do debt, and then you do growth stage also. Aren't you conflicted, and don't you get confused what you should back?
So it's very interesting how we started this. So I've been an equity guy all my life. Worked in the US and here in equities. And in 2010, I came back to Delhi and started. My family has been in the real estate business, joined that business for 30 days. Within that period, I decided this isn't for me. So I sort of requested my father that whatever treasury income we have, can you, till the time you buy the next real estate asset, can I manage that? Very reluctantly, he said yes. So we started doing equity from our small family office. Very quickly I realized that the most interesting companies, people like Apurva and Ashish had already gone there, given term sheets to them. So those are the best companies. They already had lots of guys who wanted to fund them on the equity side. But if it was a first generation founder-led company who did not have a 50 crore house or an asset to give as collateral, the bank wouldn't lend to them. So we started seeing that we could make 16-18% return funding companies that otherwise I would have liked to back on the equity side, and getting very stable returns. So that's how we got into the debt business. And then after 4 or 5 years of doing that, a lot of our friends and family kept saying that every time you guys put money, take ours as well. So we decided to put it into an institution and raise money from, effectively friends and family. So that was a genesis of the debt business. Because we never had any intermediaries, we were talking to these families directly. They would come to us and say, "Yaar, ET में लिखा हुआ है कि somebody has made 100x in a startup. हमें भी startup investing करना है. बताओ, आप करते हो तो हमारे भी पैसे लगाओ." So we started an angel fund. Effectively, our rule was every time we put money, we would then ask others to join us and put money. So that's how the angel fund started. And we've been doing that for 3 years, 50 plus companies. And some of those have now reached Series A and B. And we need larger pools of capital to keep investing in our winners. That's how we've come up with our Series A fund. So in short, this has all been natural, organic, because our customer is in touch with us on a daily, weekly basis. We do basically whatever we can to service them. And the only reason we've been able to do that is because we don't have a wealth manager who is helping us raise money. It's because we talk to them directly and basically service whatever they want from us. So that's how we've come up with these 3-4 asset classes.
I obviously assume you are in all 3 investment committees and and they're very different classes. So, that's a question I've always been thinking. How do you kind of differentiate the two? Don't you get biased and all that? But anyway.
No, it's a very fair question. How we structured the business is we have leaders of each business that run the businesses themselves. So separate teams, separate offices, separate sort of partners that run each business. I have a co-founder. The two of us are in all the ICs, but we're not the only ones in the ICs. So there's independent guys who, are sector experts who then work with our team leaders.
Fantastic. Coming to the two alumni, I'm going to ask two questions and one to each so that we kind of compress this a bit. So Ashish, you worked with Marico, and how has that impacted your professional life as a fund manager? And you went to Mayo, and did you have any learnings from there? Two questions and one for you.
Okay, so you are asking me these tough questions in front of this group, but yeah, definitely I'll try and make an attempt at it. See, look, I think the journey from Marico to PE was pretty similar to what Sanjeev spoke about. That the corporate world is a little trifling if you want to do something different. Though I guess amongst all the corporates, maybe Marico was a great place to work, but nevertheless, it's limiting in its orientation. But to become an entrepreneur, you need a lot of courage, right? There are lots of entrepreneurs sitting here, unfortunately, I didn't have that courage, right? Maybe it was 10 years in the corporate world, maybe it was something else, but I didn't have the courage to become an entrepreneur. And therefore, for me, the next best thing was to go join a private equity setup, right? Where that was the next best thing to entrepreneurship without risking your own capital, right? But I think the journey in private equity has been very, very satisfying because at the end of the day, you get a chance to see entrepreneurship very closely. At the same time, you understand value of agility, you understand value of risk, managing risk. So those are really the few standout learnings I've seen incrementally over what I did earlier. Coming to Mayo, I think one of the things which Sanjeev spoke about, and I think again it's pretty common, behind all the mumbo jumbo of math, deal making, negotiation that we do, ours is actually a people business, right? It's about what kind of relationships do you build with your management teams, what kind of relationships do you build with your entrepreneurs, with the larger ecosystem that you operate in. And therefore, I think, having that orientation towards building relationships, building trust is very important. And had it not been for my founding years at Mayo, it would have been, would I not have picked it up? Yes, I would have. But I think this was an important ingredient in my growing up and, being part of a fraternity, which ensured that something like this was inculcated very early and practiced consistently over a period of time. So it came very naturally. You didn't have to struggle. You didn't have to go through feedback sessions where at the end of the year, your boss was telling you that, oh, you have to improve your relationship, So something like this came very naturally. You became naturally a team player, right? You've negotiated your, way out of hockey shots and monitor PDs, right? So therefore, negotiation came very easily, right? So that's something, again, these are things that you picked up. These are things that, had it not been for Mayo, maybe I would have been lacking in these skills, yeah? So all part of the job now.
No, that's great to hear. And you are from an era where some of those things existed in Mayo. Let's come to a newer era, which is Apurva, who I think some of those things didn't exist. So, Apurva, you do two things, and that's my last question to the panel before I open it to the house. Apurva, you do a lot of personal investments, and you are now at Google. So, has that impacted your mind or conflicted your mind, number one? And second question is the same what I asked Ashish. How does your stay at Mayo, which was I think at least 10 years apart, if not, your current professional life and investments that you do?
Firstly, big shout out to my friends from 97. They're right there in the second. So, I'll answer your second question first. Mayo, we love, breaking rules, so I'm going to change the order on you. So I think Mayo allows you to dabble in a lot of things. So we would play hockey, we would be terrible at cricket, we would still play. If there was nobody to box and enter-house boxing, you would take a shot at it and you would get shot. So you would dabble in many things. And every year you could pretty much rotate and dabble in many things, which really is very helpful as an investor. Because one of the key skills of a good investor is context switching. Your first call in a day is about a fintech company which is trying to do micro lending in Africa. Your second call is about somebody doing edtech in Bharat. Your third call is about a company which is struggling to raise money. So the first learning is context switching from Mayo, which really helps a lot. Second, I will, plus one to Ashish on building bonds, trust. Mayo really teaches you to appreciate human relationships. And as investors, if we can create relationships which are not transactional, like at times you don't win a deal, but if you like the founder, you still stay in touch because you would either get a referral from the founder or you will end up doing the second deal with the founder. So relationships is great, which Mayo really makes you strong in. And third is, it teaches you to have fun. Investing is a fun job. It can be strenuous if you're not having fun. So I don't feel I work, frankly. I feel it's a breeze. We have fun. We work with outstanding founders. We work with outstanding investors. No day is boring. So we feel really blessed. And this element of fun was very strong in Mayo.
Thanks. I think very interesting insights, gentlemen. I would encourage you to, shoot a few, if you have any questions to them, because they come with very interesting insights if you are in business. By the way, our survey led to a very interesting fact. 60% of Mayoites are self-employed. And that's a lot. One of the objectives here is to get insights that how do we scale some of these businesses, how do we become big, like some have in the August gathering. But I think that's a very important thing, and that's also, I think, Mayo is in a way teaching entrepreneurship, because 60% of people are entrepreneurs. Many have raised VC money as well. But
so I was thinking one day it would be good fun to get 4 people who lost a lot of money together and interview them. No? We're always listening to people, how do you lose so much money? It's not easy to lose so much money. You have to start very early. When you open your balance sheet, pour 2 whiskeys. Look at them deeply. How did you lose so much money? I have been losing money ever since I was 7 years old. So it would be good. In my view, Mayo teaches you 3 or 4 things about entrepreneurship and business. The main thing is, I think, has everyone heard that phrase, stay hungry, stay foolish? Yeah? And in Mayo, we were hungry, man. I don't know about you guys, but in Mayo, we could eat anything. And we used to eat very fast. I eat my meals in 7 minutes. So that's one of the main things Mayo taught you, that you stay hungry and you will do well in business. The second is, when you invest in businesses, as all of you are talking, there are different playing fields to invest in. And Mayo's got 18, man. So you've got 18 playing fields. So you're used to different sorts of environment. Then you know how to spread your butter thin. I don't know, Teddy, where are you? You guys are opposite us. We should take 1 slab of butter and spread it across 18 toasts. I think that was a record. If that doesn't teach you business, then nothing does. The other thing is break bounds without getting caught. So whatever you got to do, make sure that you do it in a way that nobody catches on, because Lord Mayo is always watching, right? Okay, guys, so we're going to break in a few minutes for tea. Anybody with any questions? So these are, successful people from Mayo and a lot of advice to offer, insights to offer. Just give them a mic.
Thank you. I'm Gurjeet Singh, batch of 72. And what an impressive bunch of Mayoites you are. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you,
really
sir.
happy to hear you.
Thank you, sir.
My question to you is, you all are successful. I want to ask you, with your hearts and minds, how much in your business would you devote time to impact investing? And does that play a role in your business? Thank you.
Maybe I'll go first. because we get enough money for thinking about impact. Look, to begin with, I think, let me contextualize this question in two parts, right? One is external forces and second is internal, right? Let me deal with the easier part, which is the external forces first, right? So typically the way our business works is that we raise money from limited partners, right? Which are basically global pools of capital from whom we raise money and then deploy it in interesting organizations in the country. Now, what has happened is over the last decade or so, increasingly the capital that comes in, is a lot more conscious as compared to what capital came in about 15, 20, 30 years back. So the capital itself is now, wanting more consciousness in the way it is deployed. So we have a lot of requirements in terms of reporting, in terms of, ESG norms, in terms of climate action that we have to follow. So there are lots of industries which are complete no-no for us, right? We can't participate in them unless we have something really novel which is going to make an impact, which is seriously positive as far as the, the social agenda is concerned. Now that's one part of the story and which is important, and we have to follow it, and there is a carrot and stick approach very clearly put in there. Then there is the other part of the story, and which is the context of a responsible investor, right? And look, our business is all about reputation, right? And reputation in all sorts of formats. So if we have to have, a longevity to our business, we need to make sure that we continue to remain a responsible investor on a go-forward basis. So there are many things we do as a firm in order to ensure that both impact and responsible investing are centric and core to the way we invest and work with our portfolio companies in order to deliver the kind of outcomes we are looking at. So a lot of these agendas are taken out of where the country wants to go, and therefore, there is some homogeneity in the way we think about it, and that's really how the policy making happens. So both the elements work together to generate some sort of a positive framework for us to use money impactfully in society as well as in communities. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. So my question is to Mr. Bhargav. So you mentioned about pharma companies. So I just wanted to ask you that, there's so many listed companies which have corrected significantly. Lots of pharma companies and lots of chemical companies too. So do you look for an opportunity in them too? And if yes, then in which allocation? I mean, what's the optimal allocation?
What's the optimum allocation?
Optimal allocation should be in the portfolio.
Yeah, so look, if I look at the overall, in 21, 60 billion was invested. In 22, 40 billion was invested. Of the total amount that was invested, pharma roughly got between 10 to 15% of the overall investment. Pharma has two sides, the provider side, which is essentially the hospitals, clinics, all of that. And then you have the pharma side, right? So we are private investors, so we don't, participate in the public markets. That may be a route to exit for us, but more often than not, we don't participate in public markets. So essentially, we are looking for pharma stories in the private market. So there are two pharma stories that we've backed in the private market, which we feel will be pretty interesting on a go-forward basis. One is this whole idea of biosimilars. We feel biosimilars as a product category is going to become, pretty important. And we feel that it's a new form of drug, which is going to be, it's been around for some time, but of course there have been developments lately, and because of these developments, it will become a more formidable form of treatment on a go-forward basis. So we're working very closely with the Biocon Biosimilars, team, and that's one of our partners that we are working with. We also work with CRO companies. These are unlisted CRO companies, which is clinical research organizations. So one of the businesses that we've backed is a business called Anthem. And again, it's a pretty large business. It's about $500 million in terms of revenue. So we do late stage, but these are some of the pharma stories that we find interesting and we've backed.
Let's wrap it up. Huh? So, Pankaj, you want to gift?
Thanks for a very...
Just one parting remark. Shivjeet had said, stay hungry, stay foolish. I wish Mayo had fed us a lot more. We would have been a lot more saner.
And Ashwin, sorry, you're a non-Mayoite, but you got bombarded by all this insights into
No, he
Mayo.
looks
I
pretty
hope it didn't
hungry,
bore
and you look pretty hungry, I think. You
Yeah,
are
yeah.
hungry, no?
No, Sanjeev and I went to the same school, so I
Yeah,
think
you're hungry, right?
we've learned
Yeah.
enough from you guys today.
You're fine. We declare him an honorary Mayoite. There you go. Okay. So we'll just honor them with gifts. Thank you, you guys. You want to give? So, by the way, it's raining, which means I think this is going well. It's raining profits. It's raining knowledge outside. So tea has been shifted to, as you go the last door on the right, there's tea there, but that area is not very big. So you can bring your cup of tea and come back here. And we then resume 20 minutes later. But a round of applause, I think.
Thank you very much.
Can you request Mr. Harmeet Singh to give away the mementos?
Thanks. Big round of applause for...
Thank you very much. We are breaking for tea for 20 minutes, and as Shivji... Post-tea coffee session, so request everyone to start making their way in and having a seat. Please help us keep this on time because we're running a little behind schedule, so we request you all to come back inside and take a seat. Thank you. A startup showcase. So if I could request everybody who can hear me and who's outside to kindly come inside and take their seats. We are about to begin. I'd now like to call upon stage Mr. Manish Johri from the batch of 88. He's a senior vice president with Agility Ventures, a SEBI-accredited angel fund. He has over 2 decades of experience in the startup ecosystem as an investor, a strategic advisor, and mentor. His previous assignments include stints at Lead Angels and Maple Capital Advisors. So we have a very nice showcase of some startups. And to take us through that, Mr. Manish Johri. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause.
It's not? It's on. Okay. Good evening, everyone. So we've had a lot of talk around entrepreneurship, startups, Anyone knows where the word entrepreneur comes from? Any raise of hands? What is the etymology of the word entrepreneur? Any takers? Okay, so in French, there's a word called entreprendre, which means to undertake. Okay, and in our very own Sanskrit, there's a word called antaprerna, which means self-motivated. Okay, so in my definition, my definition for an entrepreneur is a self-motivated person who undertakes to change the status quo, to make things better, cheaper, faster. That is a true entrepreneur. Okay, so in our Mayo also, as the survey suggested, we have more than 60% of the people who are self-employed, who have created livelihoods for not just themselves, but for many. And we have with us some entrepreneurs who are really trying to change the status quo. Okay, so first on stage we have Juhi Singh. She's batch of 2002, and she's trying to create some organization around the unorganized film and your creative side, location mapping side. So we have Easy Recce, Juhi Singh. May I call you upon over here, please?
Wonderful. Good evening. I hope you all can hear me. I'm going to step back and just do a check. If you can hear me, just raise your hands. Great. Okay. So I'm Juhi. I'm from the 2002 batch of MCGS. This is a little bit about what I'm doing. I'm building Easy Recce right now. I've been in the entertainment world for 2 decades, executing content for producers of various types, feature films, OTTs, international cinema that comes to shoot in India, and a lot of free viewing platforms like YouTube. You'll see a couple of logos up here, Dice, Filtercopy, Gobble, and Clout. Clout is a business vertical for Pocket Aces, which is the fastest growing digital entertainment company in the country. The other 3 are free viewing platforms for things like YouTube. I've built their entire production capabilities and produced over 200 pieces of content for them. In every role that I've played, I have been responsible for choosing a place where a piece of content is filmed. And at this point, I am unifying my experience to build Easy Recce. It is a portal where a creator of any kind of visual content can search, scout, and book a filming venue. I'll take you through it over the next few slides. This is a landscape, the current market landscape. 7,000 independent freelance liaisons operate this market countrywide. Less than 20 share their data on even something as basic as a G drive, and less than 5 are marketed well enough for a new creator to just find them and get help to book a venue. Every location that's out on the filming landscape is dealt by multiple liaisons. This makes pricing extremely arbitrary. A lot of the communication that happens between a production team or a producer and the property is on fragmented platforms such as WhatsApp and email, and a lot of outdated information is being shared in the market. So these are main problems. In an ideal world, a writer would formulate a script having a place in mind. This would also allow a producer to allocate an exact budget for what is going to be filmed there. Right now, the current scenario is completely different. It relies on the ability of a liaison to search and negotiate with the right property owner, and also it is very manual. So every potential location that exists has to be visited physically by the producer and the director's teams. Hundreds of man-hours are spent on these visits, which, I mean, a lot of them don't even fructify. They're just potential visits to locations, and lots of hours are spent in collating and sifting through that data. Easy Recce is going to provide creators of visual content an organized platform. They may want to film at, say, a farmhouse with a swimming pool, or an abandoned warehouse where they want to film a fight scene, and they may just want a kitchenette. So we're trying to make available every kind of space that will allow filming in it to reach every kind of content creator. Traditionally, we only had feature films, ad films, and television. There are hundreds of mediums of content we want to reach, make locations available to all these kind of content creators. At Easy Recce, we're also building a toolkit. This toolkit will allow any creator to plan a lot more. This is critical because the pre-production, the amount of time you spend pre-producing your content, you will be more frugal on set, you will not waste resources. So we're building a toolkit for this. And like I said, it's an exhaustive list of venues. Main features, we save time, we'll save money, and allow a lot of planning time and transparency. This is an unorganized market, so there's no transparency currently. I'm going to focus on the white side of the screen. Our target market is basically advertisement and subscription-based platforms such as Netflix, YouTube, Hotstar, Amazon Mini, anybody who's creating any kind of long-form content. The users that you see, the producers that you see in the traditional landscape, their spends are very proportional to what they make. So we're going to leave this market and wait for them to come to us. Entertainment and media, which essentially includes animation, VFX, OTT, and gaming, is pegged at growing at 8.8 to 10 CAGR, and also going to be a $55 to $70 billion industry by 2030. These platforms were only two. When I got into the digital world in 2012, we had two long-form platforms. Today we have more than 45 Indian original content channels, including the regional and the traditional market. Globally, creators are using platforms like this. So we may be first to the Indian market, but we're doing what a lot of creators are doing successfully. All the possible locations are listed, basis, pricing, availability, and the filming guidelines, and also logistic details. This is our business model. It's essentially transactional. We will also have a subscription for the toolkit that we're building. I want to demo the toolkit and show the AR view that we're building for our premium properties. Jay, could you help me with this? Oops. Anything I've done? Sorry, I think we lost signal with them. I must say we practiced this like 8 times before I got up. Okay, here. So this is the clarity with which a person could be sitting anywhere in the world and visit any premium location that EasyRecce will host. We're also building a measurement function with this because it's essential to know what kind of floor space you have when you're looking to book a venue. Yeah, this is about it. Current status is we've got a little bit of a seed fund. We're using it to unify locations in Bundelkhand and the Malwa region, and we're looking to soft launch with these. We will look to raise capital after we've gone to market. I'm looking for a lot of guidance with regard to legal, IP creations, and tech. So if I can reach out to any of you people who have this expertise, I would really, really appreciate that. And yeah, this is all from me at EasyRecce. Thank you very much.
If anyone has any question, one question is allowed. Any questions? Anyone from the media side? Yes, please. I don't have a question, but suggestion, viewpoint. I can put you in touch with someone in Mumbai who was a cinema from it.
Okay.
So I'm sure he's more open doors to it.
Wonderful. I have one more thing to say. If any of you have properties that you would like to list, I'm going to leave my details. I would love to explore this. Any filming spaces, I'm the one to contact. Yes, please.
Sorry.
I can't hear you.
The mic.
Okay. So the reason for a soft launch is that we're working with a smaller group. We've already got commitments, but those commitments aren't on paper yet. Somebody like a Netflix, Amazon, Hotstar, these are our main universe. We will start with direct business development efforts, right, where there is a one-on-one. They're already aware of the idea. I've been working with people from the industry to formulate this. I'm a part of a large network of filmmakers. So I think the first thing would be that one-on-one connect. And I'm sure before we launch, there'll be a much longer strategic plan involved in this. So, yep. In India, yes, sir. Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so anyone interested in looking at helping them, mentoring them, or funding them, reach out to secretary@MOD with the subject line, Helping Easy Recce, EASYRECCE, okay? So alternately, you could reach out to anyone from Maple Capital Advisor or myself, Manish Johari. Check for linkedin.com/in/Johari, and we can help you connect with them, okay? Anyone wants to fund them, the same applies. Now, this was, of course, 2002 batch, and well, entrepreneurship is in Mayo. I mean, we learned that as soon as we joined Mayo. So we've got someone who is very fresh, who passed out from Mayo in 2015, okay? And he went on to do his mechanical engineering from Michigan. And thanks to pandemic, he is a gift back to India, and he's joined his family business. But more importantly, he is now working on a very hot sector, which is mobility, and that to electric vehicles. So he's got, his company is called Virtus Motors, which is into bicycles which are powered with batteries, and you can go a long way with that. And they've got other modes of transport coming in. And he has a lot more to talk about. The next 7 minutes would be for Rishi Raj Gupta, batch of 2015.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to this electrifying event. My name is Rishi. I'm from 2015 batch, and today I present Virtus Motors. We at Virtus Motors design and manufacture electric vehicles. Our vision is to redesign Indian mobility through EVs, also create an ecosystem to support the entire infrastructure. Our mission is to be the hero of this market. Currently, in 2021, the market for electric mobility was around 4,000 crores, and it is expected to reach 50,000 crores by the year 2025. During this span of time, we are also believing that we'll reduce carbon emissions by 1,200 metric tons. In India itself, it is important to note that 75% of Indians do their daily commute on two-wheelers, and 95% of our deliveries happen on two-wheelers, and this has taken the market for electric vehicles to 7,300 crores in the year 2022. In order to address such a growing market, we have devised the Virtus Master Plan, and we've divided it into 2 phases. Phase 1 is more of a short-term 2 to 3 year plan where we are currently manufacturing electric cycles. We plan to launch our battery swapping and mobility as a service model, which we would call JET, by the end of next year. After we're done with our phase 1, we would move on to phase 2, where we would like to design and manufacture 4-wheelers, fast chargers, and a telematics system so that our users have complete data information available on their mobile phones. So we are currently manufacturing 3 different electric cycles. Alpha X is our fat bike model, Alpha M is our mountain bike model, and Alpha E is our unisex model. We have done electric tricycles in the past, and we are in the process of launching a moped, which we expect to launch somewhere in August. We also provide engineering services to different OEMs, where we provide design and manufacturing capability to them. We also provide technology like batteries and conversion kits. Conversion kits basically allow you to convert your current bicycle into an electric bicycle. So, with so many companies moving towards electric mobility, it is very important for us to have a differentiator, a very feel-good factor. And Virtus Motors has been able to do so by completely sourcing and manufacturing all our products within the country at an affordable cost with multiple features. So we've been doing this since 2016, and because of that, we had a first mover advantage, and we've been able to attain attain our sales and revenue. And so all our products are equipped with a 5-level pedal assist system. They allow our user to go on full throttle or on full pedal. They are also equipped with removable battery packs, dual disc brakes, wider tires for better grip, headlight and a horn, and a smart multifunction display which shows you parameters like your speed, your distance traveled, and the amount of battery life you have left. In the B2B segment, about 80% of our sales have come through white labeling. Like we said, we provide engineering services. And for B2C, 38% of our sales have come directly from our website, virtusmotors.in. It is important to note that 32% of our sales in B2C have come from referrals from existing customers. So Alpha M is our most sold electric cycle, followed by Alpha E and Alpha X. We have generated 21% of our revenue through the technology services which we provide, like I said, batteries and conversion kits. On an average sale price of 26,800 rupees, our COGS come down to about 82%. Our gross profit is at about 17.4%, and our profit after tax comes down to 4%. So for the past 3 years, we've done a consistent sale of about 30 to 40 lakhs. The number has remained somewhat consistent because the company was completely bootstrapped until October last year. After that investment was finalized, we raised about 1.3 crores in a mix of equity and debt at a valuation of 2 crores. And we've just moved into a new location. We were earlier operating out of 1,500 square feet, and now we've taken up a place where we have 11,000 square feet, and this will eventually help us grow our revenues. So our core team consists of 4 directors, Vivek and Siddharth. They're not here with us today because we have another event happening at another location. Siddharth and Tushar basically look after our finances, marketing, and overall strategy operations. Me and Vivek are more towards the engineering, new product development, and the manufacturing side. We do have Tushar sitting with us somewhere here today. And both of us would like to network with you, meet with you, connect with you in multiple ways. So we have also been featured in various newspapers and magazines, and more recently, we've also been featured in Economic Times and Indian Express. And this is Virtus Motors. Please do follow us on Instagram, share our story with your friends and family. And I'd like to thank the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity to present at this event. Thank you. Go Electric. Go Mayo.
Any questions, suggestions, feedback, opinions?
So basically, the company was founded by Tushar and Vivek. They were together in college. They did their automotive and motorsport engineering from Brunel University. And when we raised investment last year, so I've come in as a director through that strategic partnership. That partnership allows us to increase our capabilities in mass manufacturing, and it is that partnership from which me and Siddharth have come in.
I hope that answers your question. Anyone else? So that's a timer going off. Well in time. Congratulations. Okay? Yeah, please. Sorry? What do you do
with the
for the recycling of the batteries? Yeah.
Tushar, do you mind answering that question?
Yeah, please join in.
Personally, if you ask me, hydrogen is the ultimate goal for mobility as a whole. Just like you said, your earlier part of the question, it is not sustainable to have so much lithium reserves, use them in batteries and then dispose them off later. Hydrogen is definitely the ultimate goal of Indian mobility as a whole. But for your first part, I'll request Tushar to answer it.
Tushar, how do you help in recycling?
So basically, even after the use case of electric vehicles, the batteries can still be used for solar applications and other energy storage services like your power banks. So that is one way to do it. The other way is basically there are a lot of recycling companies that are coming up in India. There is also a regulation that mandates recycling of lithium-ion batteries. So to a level, all lithium-ion batteries can be recycled. So that is where we'll be looking at. And to answer your question on hydrogen, hydrogen for two-wheelers is not currently very safe because hydrogen is highly combustible. So in larger capacities like trucks and buses, hydrogen is going to be more prevalent and lithium-ion is going to be, or batteries are going to be more prevalent in your smaller vehicles like two-wheelers and four-wheelers. That's what I think. So we have to still wait and see.
And to add to that, I'm like, today is the time of, thanks to pandemic, everyone wants fitness, right? But you get tired also. So this is an app solution. Anyone wants to buy it, please reach out to them on Virtus Motors Instagram account, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And we are outside as well.
VIRTUSMOTORS. TORS.
We have our brochures in all the bags. We also have a discount coupon in the bags for anybody interested. Yes, sir. So the battery comes with a 3-year warranty, but we have experienced the life of about 4 to 5 years.
And soon there'll also be, launching the battery swapping side and all that. They'll be working on that also.
Battery swapping is something which we have planned for our phase 1. And we plan to start battery swapping sometime next year.
So thanks, Rishi.
Thank you.
I think with that, hats off to these entrepreneurs. Paran, over to you for the rest of the...
Thank you, Manish. We now have a very, very special message, and for that, I would like to invite on stage Mrs. Simi Singh from the Arjun Beer Foundation. Simi ma'am, if we could have you on stage, please. Thank you.
So, yes, I'm going to begin by a very big thank you to the Mayo fraternity. I have to say I have a very multifaceted relationship with Mayo. I've had a very multifaceted relationship with Mayo in the last 38 years or so. A Mayo wife whose husband loves Mayo more than anything else. I've had the honor of being a Mayo mother, with both my boys having spent their formative years in Mayo and having thoroughly enjoyed their stay there. The takeaway from their years in Mayo, to me the most special was the camaraderie, the brotherhood. And this really came to light when our older son Arjun fell sick. And we had this huge support system, not only from his friends and his batchmates, but it was, the entire Mayo fraternity. I never had to worry when he needed blood or platelet transfusions, of which he needed many over the 2 years that he was in hospital. The boys had just taken over They had created the databases. They knew who was going to come next to donate their blood or their platelets. That, I have to say, is huge. We went to Boston for his treatment, and the kind of support we got from the Mayoites settled there, from near and far, it was unbelievable. They were not even my husband's batchmates, some of them. A doctor who was not even Harmeet's batchmate drove all the way from Chicago to Boston over a weekend just to come and meet us. And the kind of support we got from his batchmates, I can't even begin to talk about that. So really, Mayo has been so special. And today, to think that I'm standing here at a Mayo summit and talking to you. So really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much for giving me this opportunity. So that's a picture of Arjun. Arjun was from the batch of 2004. Many of you knew him personally. He was detected with blood cancer in 2010, and it was 2 years of a lot of difficult times. But Arjun, as many of you, like I said, knew him, was a people's person. He loved people, and people loved him. And while he was going through his treatment in the hospital, he never believed that he was never going to get well. He always believed that he was going to come out a winner. But more than his own concern, he was always more worried about what was happening to the people around him. And he completely understood that he came from a very privileged background where, we could afford the best of treatments for him. And so his heart was always out to people who he felt were not capable of getting the same kind of treatment. And so when in 2012 it absolutely became imperative that Arjun needed a stem cell transplant, and that was the only hope left. With no facilities in India at that point of time, it was a completely uphill task for us as a family to try and locate a matching stem cell match for him. And his concern was more that he says, Mom, you're taking me to Boston, we can afford to go to the US. What happens to the hundreds and hundreds of people who can't go? So he had already in his mind started thinking and working towards the idea that once he gets well, he has to set up something where he could help others find this matching stem cell. And he had already laid out the foundation for what he wanted to do and what he wanted us to do. It took us a few years to gather our courage and our strength to start this establishment. So in 2017, we set up the Arjun Veer Foundation. We are working towards a voluntary stem cell donor registry. Now, stem cell donor registry or becoming a stem cell donor is a two-stage process. It's actually a very simple thing. You first have to just register to become a voluntary stem cell donor. We take a swab from your mouth, we get an HLA typing done, and we put that data in a World Marrow Donors database, which is available to any person who's suffering from a blood cancer or a blood disorder anywhere in this world. You only donate your stem cells when you're found to be matched to a patient. So it's actually a simple process. It's a very safe process. There is just no awareness about it. So, I am bringing these points up not because I want to scare you, but sadly, what's happening in today's world and scenario is that every 27 seconds, somebody on this planet is being detected with a blood cancer. That's how rampant it's become. And the idea is that there should be awareness. People are not aware. We hadn't heard of a stem cell transplant till we were in the thick of it. India, sadly, like I said, there is just no awareness. In a population of 1.4 billion, we are at a donor base of 6.5 lakhs. And the chances of finding a matching HLA stem cell donor is 1 in a million. Having said that, it's not that people don't find matches. Matches are found. But the chances are 1 in a million, and in India, we are not even at a million yet. So that's how poor the awareness is in this country. And with having the honor of having the largest population now in the world, we should actually have the largest database. In a database the worldwide database is of about 40 million. India has only 6.5 lakh registered donors today. There are, besides blood cancers, which is what Arjun had, there are 100 different types of blood disorders that can be cured with a stem cell transplant. I'm sure many of you, or at least some of you, would have heard of a condition called thalassemia major. That's another condition which can be cured with a stem cell transplant. But there is so little data that people are not finding matches. We are losing children rampantly. India has the third largest incidence of cancer in the world today. And almost 20,000 children are detected with blood cancer every day. Every year. And besides this, we have the largest population of thalassemia major children in the world. So you can imagine how many people are waiting for a stem cell match. Well, we all know that cancer has now become the second largest killer, and 9.6 million people lose their lives to cancer in today's day and age. So the situation is not a happy situation, and our aim is to bring about awareness and have a robust database so more and more people can get treatment quickly and if we have a robust database within India, the costs of the treatment would come down tremendously. So that's another aspect that is very important, that we have a healthy, robust database within our country. So we are a voluntary stem cell donor registry. It's a completely voluntary act. Those of you between the age of 18 and 45 who are healthy and would like to join the registry only have to sign up today and give us a swab, and we shall do the rest. You will only donate your stem cells when you actually become a match to a patient. So there are 90 such registries worldwide, and we are one of them, and we are all connected to a world organization called the World Marrow Donors Association. The entire data collected by taking these swabs, the HLA-typed data, is stored in the World Marrow Donors Association, and from there, searches are run for patients worldwide. So it's imperative that all registries have to be registered with this World Marrow Donors Association. Of course, we have all our paperwork in place. We have ATG, 12A, all that. In the last 5 years, we've added 10 new anneals. Now, anneals are a part of the DNA. So these are all research for, for further research in stem cells that it's required. We have assisted 9 stem cell transplants, including 4 international stem cell transplants. We have brought about awareness to almost 200,000 individuals in the country, and we have added over 8,000 donors in the international donor database. We are still a small organization, but we are working towards making it the largest in North India at least. So get registered as a potential donor and a lifesaver and be somebody's hero. Stem cell donation is a very simple process. We will be outside at the stall. We will give you further information. If anybody has doubts, we will give you complete information about how this process works. The HLA typing swabs that we are collecting, sad, but the fact is that we are sending them all overseas for testing. It's not that India doesn't have the facilities to test, but they are not giving us prices that are workable for bulk testing. So all our swabs are going overseas. And we are having to pay, being so supportive, to please come ahead and join us in trying to help save lives. And that would help us to realize Arjun's dream and his endeavor. So with that, I would once again say a very big thank you. The details, there's lots that I need to tell you about how it works. Please do come forward and meet me, and I will give you details personally. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Simi. And we've got another special message, and this time I'd like to request Dr. Shweta K. Javli from the Dantpari Foundation, to kindly come and tell us about the endeavor that she has been taking. The international ban on clapping has been lifted, ladies and gentlemen. Please give her a round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, the organizing committee, for accommodating us. We were a very last-minute entry, so to say. So I'm a practicing dentist, and Dantpari Foundation is a social impact of our own practice. We are working in the space of public oral health, tobacco awareness and cessation in low-income communities. We're also working at dental auxiliary skill training focused on women for their empowerment. And here's a brief overview of the work we do. Yash, please. So we all know that oral health is a window to the systemic health. And as outreach programs, dental colleges, hospitals, and clinics all participate in checkup camps and refer the patients to hospitals and colleges. However, treatment services get very restricted in the community due to distance of travel, multiple appointments, and lack of awareness. Smaller private or charitable oral health facilities in the slums and rural communities are under-equipped or not well organized for good quality treatment, and the communities miss out. We are working with existing dental setups to help them improve their standard operating procedures, workflow organizations, and connection with the dental laboratory. India is a land of extremities. While one end, we have oral care, which is a challenge. At the other end, the great strides are being made in dentistry with high-quality, cutting-edge technology, and digital dentistry is coming up in the horizon. In India, the dental auxiliary space, that is the chairside dental assistant, the dental laboratory technician, is a workforce which has never been a structured ecosystem and a vacuum which needs to be filled with dentistry going the next level. So Dhanpari connects with women in communities around the point of contact dental revamp clinics to train them as dental chairside assistants. Girls or women with 12 pass, basic English and computers are trained in a 6-month training program, for now with the dental assistant program and other programs coming in the near future. An important part of the training is the knowledge to create awareness on tobacco cessation in the communities from where they come from and to guide them to the nearest center in case of treatment requirement. I Can Care Foundation is our partner for this training. Along with tobacco cessation awareness, first aid and CPR training is also part of the certificate program. Our students, after they have after they have cleared the certificate, we help them place them in private clinics in Delhi. So these are the smiles which we have supported in the last 2 years.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस कोई अरमा हो जो खास खास आशाएं.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. I just want to acknowledge and add to what Shweta ma'am said. See, medical care in India is as good as the support staff we have. So doctors are well qualified, but we are lacking big time in the support staff team. And to make it very simple in what she says, I think in order to provide a better care for our community in generations to come, we all should take a step ahead with whichever lower income educational institutes or lower income people we are associated with and promote those children to get into these kind of certification courses. And people get jobs at a very good opportunity with pay and as well as status when it comes. Secondly, I would like to acknowledge Shweta ma'am's care and approach towards the treatment. It's imperative for me to share. A friend in Manipur was suffering a lot for bad dental treatment, and he had reached a mental stage after 10 years of wrong dental treatment, wherein he was literally ready to plot a murder to the doctor who treated him. He was very serious about that thing. So I came in touch. How the Mayo community brings in the confidence. I spoke to Kirit sir, I spoke to Shweta ma'am. I got him to Delhi, I got him connected with a couple of doctors, made him comfortable with what the treatment plan would be, and then confided in Shweta ma'am that, can we take this case up? Because he has filed a legal case with the doctors in Manipur and, are we ready to take it up? But the Mayo bonding was such that Shweta ma'am took up and I took up the challenge, and thankfully with Shweta ma'am's treatment and care, somebody who was suffering for 10 years is now perfectly fine. So these are two things I wanted to acknowledge. Thank you.
Okay, it's time now for us to invite one of our platinum sponsors, JV Ventures. And from JV Ventures, I'd like to request Vishal Goyal and Barkha Gupta to come on stage to tell us a little bit more about JV Ventures.
Green is red. Yeah. Thank you. It's a great honor being here, and thanks to the Mayo Alumni to have invited us. We are a startup by all means. Started about 7 years ago, and we as a firm decided as a theme to invest in impact is a very powerful word in the last 2 years, but we started about 7 years ago. And we started investing in schools, and we were one of the first ones to invest in the school assets. And we created a portfolio of school assets. We created student housing assets. And then pre-COVID, we realized that owning assets is not good enough. We need to dirty our hands and run schools. Currently, we run schools with about 10,000 kids coming to our school every day. And we decided to create a benchmark that we will charge $100 per kid per month. And we will provide holistic education in terms of this, under this price band, so that a large part of middle class can be part of our movement. These are some of our school assets. This is our brand under which we operate our schools. Again, world-class infrastructure at a price point which we are very proud of. And one of the things which we also do is create lab space for the pharmaceutical R&D. We develop clusters. One of the clusters which I personally worked for the last 20 years, the vaccine of Bharat Biotech came out of here. We are currently building 4 million square feet of lab space for cutting-edge pharma R&D in India, in Bangalore, in Hyderabad, and Navi Mumbai. We provide spaces like these so that the pharma R&D can come and conduct research in these buildings. We have also set up our own clinical facility in which we help companies test for toxicology. And this is one of the leading CROs in the animal toxicology space. And we basically work in partnership with family offices and large institutions. The family offices basically have partnered with us in the schools in the regions they are in. We also work with 2 large institutions. One is Actis, another one is World Capital of UK. And we look forward to working with the Mayo Alumni to create more impactful schools all over the country, and we can create a revolution of providing affordable quality education across the country. I think we are also now creating some more ventures. One of them is the Life Sciences Startup Fund. We want to invest in several startups to incubate the startups, and also focusing a lot on creating worker housing beds. I think that's about it. I didn't want to take too much of your time. We're happy to answer any questions if you have. No questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to move to our second sessions, and for this, I would like to call upon the moderator, who is from the batch of 1984. That is Mr. Nitin Athrole, who's a senior partner and head, People Strategy and Corporate Affairs for KPMG India, and a member of the firm's leadership team. In his role, he is responsible for driving the talent and people strategy of the firm, defining the strategic imperative and focus areas for the firm to drive business growth and managing the firm's relationship with major external stakeholders. Nitin has more than 30 years of experience in and has led consulting engagements for companies in power and utilities, media and oil and gas industry, and in the areas of tax and regulatory advisory, restructuring, reforms, and privatization. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the second session? This is on careers of tomorrow and networking. So let there be networking. Mr. Nitin Athrole, if we could call you on stage.
Good evening. May I request my panelists to be on the stage as well? So can I invite Rajalakshmi, Priyanka, and Prithvi? Please come on. So let me, I think the brochures, etc., have introduction of the panelists. We have about 30 minutes, so I'm going to try and keep that sharp and focused. But let me do very quick introductions. So I'll start with Priyanka. She's with the Ashoka University and is responsible for placements. Clearly, that's a perspective that will be very, very useful as we get into this conversation. And then I have Raj Lakshmi, who works with Genpact in the L&D space. And obviously, she understands what kind of skills organizations are trying to build in their workforce. And on my left is Prithvi, very experienced HR professional, headed HR for Accenture in India, then for HCL, and then the startup and entrepreneurial bug bit him. So he's now in that space, and it'll be interesting to understand his perspective. So let me just, before I get the panelists, I just wanted to take a minute to set the context. And someone like me who started looking at a career, what I'm going to do 30 years ago, and when I look at what's happening today, I think it's a bit scary. It's scary because there are too many choices. And therefore, I would imagine if I was, in that stage today, I would be very confused. I wouldn't know what to focus on, and everything looks very interesting. And we saw, the startup ecosystem, the kind of stuff that's happening in the country. And I think it's important not only therefore, to understand this space for those who are looking at getting into their professional careers or entrepreneurship journey, but I think it's important for me as a parent, and it's important for those who are in the business but not, looking at opportunities or looking at, trying to do something else or branch out. So let me actually start with Raj Lakshmi, and the question that we often come across in terms of people making career choices, okay? And you are in the L&D space. One of the things that you would, consider, and I'm just going to ask this off the cuff because I think it's important before we get to the main crux of things, is that, how do you think someone can actually think about their careers, right? How do you actually, what do you evaluate? How do you start thinking about it?
Interesting question, because when I started 20 years ago, I honestly didn't know what I was going to do. I just began by exploring whatever came my way. One thing led to the other. I spent my first 10 years in startups before I actually joined Genpact. And so, in those days, that was permissible. It was okay. But today, I think, along with what you said about there are too many choices and therefore it's very complicated to make those career choices, it is also very clear in terms of where this generation is going and where the industry is going and how we can consolidate. I feel today it is more human because it's not about do I have to become a doctor or an engineer, but it is more about what are my capabilities, what are my skills, and can I find an area to apply those skills and capabilities and actually do something that I enjoy. So I see a lot of people who today think about careers very differently, which shocks me because I was thinking with a very safety net always in my mind, but they are very daring and they're looking at it and the industry is very open. You would know, I think I've known Prithvi since I started. So I know that the industry that we are in today, I know we are open to alternate types of employment, something that was unthinkable when at least I began my career, and therefore I think it's more open. There are more choices, yes, but it's also a lot of decisions are on you as long as you know and you have clarity of what you want to do.
Thanks. Priyanka, if I can come to you and just sort of segue into, how, while individuals try and figure out how to make career choices, you sit there and have a very, very good view of, companies coming in. You're trying to place the students from Ashoka. What are the employers looking out for? And I don't, and I know that, obviously there are skill sets and, technical knowledge and things like that. But I think we're just going beyond that in terms of, what are they looking out for, and how would people in colleges, etc., actually become more aware of how they can make them more attractive employees for employers. So if you could just give us a little perspective on that.
Okay, this is working, right? So before I answer your question, I'll just set a little bit of context here. I manage the careers office at Ashoka University. We are a relatively very new university. We were set up only in 2014. And back in the day, it was the brainchild of founders who came together. And you heard Sanjeev earlier, Bhikchandani, who said that there were, a lot of institutions focusing on either the engineering domain or, medical colleges or other, professional colleges, but there was a lack of institutions focusing on liberal arts and sciences, and that's how Ashoka was born, essentially. Initial years, when students graduated from the university, we saw huge resistance from prospective employers to hire from the university, and it was essentially the network of the founders that got us these companies on board. They hired from Ashoka, they tested the talent, and they were wowed by the kind of skills that the students brought to the table. Many of them came back year after year, based on on the performance that they saw in the graduates that were working in their university in their organizations. There's been a sea change in employer perspective since then. So we find a lot of them consciously coming back to hire from Ashoka. What we focus here essentially is on interdisciplinary skills as well as multidisciplinary skills. Students, we see very interesting hiring happening at Ashoka. So there's not traditional hiring from, say, in fact, organizations that would prefer to hire from engineering institutions want to hire from us because of the soft skills that the students bring to the table. So they're very high on the critical thinking piece, on their communication skills, on their ability to collaborate, on their ability to work collectively in teams. They're able to do very well in organizations because they have a very strong entrepreneurial ability. They're able to think out of the box. So these are some of the skills that employers look out for. Interestingly, another trend that we've seen in the university is that as opposed to earlier hiring trends where organizations would prefer people with some sort of work experience, we're noticing that a lot of fresh grads are being taken in for similar roles. They're also being paid excellent packages, some at par with MBA institutions. The performance has been excellent, as I mentioned earlier. Our students are leading functions. Some of them are heading organizations. Some of them have gone on to become entrepreneurs. Some of them are driving huge impact through social ventures that they've got into. So this is a bit of a transition that we are seeing in hiring over the years.
Thank you. That was a very interesting perspective, and I think that's one of the things that I would look at when that people are going beyond the technical skills, beyond what your grades are, and looking at some of these aspects of critical thinking and ability to solve problems, and some of the skills that you talked about, how those are actually evaluated today. Before the hiring decisions are made. So thanks for that. Coming to you, Prithvi, so obviously we've talked a lot about startups, we've talked a lot about young entrepreneurs, and a lot of the institutes are, actually incubating or providing seed capital even for some of this to happen. But one question, I guess, that comes to everyone's mind is, what is the right time to do this? Is it good to do that when you're in university or college? So, do it quickly and succeed or do it quickly and fail. The motto today is obviously fail quick if you have to. But, you've been through this journey yourself, right? And what would your advice be? What's the right time and how do you know that you're actually ready to take that plunge?
So thank you, Nitin, and thank you for inviting me for the panel. Though I'm not from Mayo, I'm very much from competition. No, I'm from Sanar, and the public school community feels like coming back home. So thank you for having me. I think the question you ask is interesting because many people you speak to will give you different answers. There is clearly, and to be a little controversial, there is a sense of ageism when you start thinking about new ventures, and there is a flavor of that which exists very much in the conversations. People are in startups, new ventures, tend to be much younger than you actually sort of see for most founders. There's a lot of conversation and research being done about what makes one successful and at what stage should one look at that. I think each person brings has their own unique journey. I think there comes a time when there is a certain intersection, around what you need from a profitability, personal livelihood perspective. What are your needs, and can you sort of afford a certain lifestyle? I think the second aspect comes around, are you inspired by a particular purpose? And the third is, I think, what Raj Lakshmi and Priyanka talked about, really, what are you good at? What are your proficiencies? And I think in that journey, as you sort of go through that journey, you come to a stage where you feel that there is an intersection between the three. That can happen early. You identify a problem, you are passionate about solving it, you feel you have the skills, you feel you can meet your needs of your family, yourself, to have a good life, and you jump in. Or it takes you a little longer to find your purpose. Or it takes you a little longer to build the skills where you feel confident. Or it takes you a little longer to feel that these are my needs and wants and this is how I can meet it. So I think different people along those three parallels move at different speeds. And once those three sort of come at as close an alignment as possible, they'll never be fully aligned. You will always take a trade-off. You will always feel, this is it, I have to jump now, and that could be at 23, 25, 30, or it could be at 50, 55. And there are stories abound around, successes and failures across that whole spectrum. So I think if you really start looking at it from outside in, you start looking at people and saying, when they have that alignment between proficiency, between purpose, and between a sense of, what do they need in terms of managing their needs and wants, in terms of affordability, livelihood, that's when I think most people take the jump. And I think that's what we all are sort of aspiring.
So there's an interesting term that you use, which is purpose, right? And purpose is becoming some sort of buzzword, but I think it's very difficult to understand. So one of the issues, of course, is that, people, youngsters do, and I hear them saying that, I want to join an organization that has a purpose. And my personal purpose is aligned to that corporate purpose. Priyanka, question to you, is that what's really happening? I mean, when people are trying to align, and how important is that from your point of view in terms of, when people are looking at their career choices, is it based on the opportunity and the amount of money they can make and growth? Or is it that, purpose is playing a big role and students should be trying to align purpose in that sense?
So purpose is definitely, wins hands down. In most cases, students, especially in fact, since I'm representing Ashoka, sense of purpose is very, very high. A lot of them, as I mentioned earlier, have gone on to create huge impact through, what they've taken up post their graduation. So purpose is very high. Money is important, but not at the cost of purpose in their case.
Any questions that we have? Yes, sir.
Sorry, thanks. It's not a question, actually, just an acknowledgement to Nitin. I was come back with the details of what all he did. But Nitin and Shivjeet, can we have you on stage, were involved with the HR review, and they spent hours and hours, I won't even go into the number of hours, on finalizing, fine-tuning, and giving the suggestions. So thank you. I think the school owes you. Thank you. Can I have a big clap for them? Thank you.
Thank you.
The second point which I've been making, which has been amplified here, is with Ashoka University. I don't know how many of us know here that we've got 2 founding trustees of Ashoka University. Any guesses? Yeah, Amrish and Manish. So we really don't have to go very far if you want to follow a successful model. Endowment, we have the expertise, we have the heart, and we just need to tap the right people. And ma'am, you might be happy to learn that this year, batch of 2022, I think we've got 20 Mayo boys who are coming to you. Look after them well, please.
Absolutely. Thank you. Fantastic.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't know Mayo boys.
This is for Priyanka. See, I am very interested in knowing that, things like why Ashoka was formed. Like, we've heard about engineering and medical, and so liberal arts, apart from entrepreneurship, what are the kind of careers, jisko naukri kehte hain, what are the kind of careers the youngsters are looking at?
So, may I know your name, please?
Shurajit.
So we've got companies from across industries hiring from us. After liberal arts and sciences, there's a host of careers you can opt from. I mentioned earlier consulting hires from us. They're leaders in the BFSI space. There are a host of startups that hire from us. There are companies in, across various pharmaceutical in the pharmaceutical industry that hire from us. So the number of industries hiring from us are tremendous. We have associations with over 250 organizations, and that's growing. What sort of careers? It's very interesting. Students come from different majors. When it's liberal arts and sciences, it could be the BA honors in sciences or humanities subjects. So there's physics, chem, bio, math, eco, English, and the humanities subjects. Interestingly, we've had students from different majors joining different industries. So for example, consulting has hired from history, psychology, economics, and finance even. We've had computer science graduates that have gone to do strategy roles. We have combinations of computer science and entrepreneurship, for example, computer science and psychology. So for example, if students are developing products, it's interesting because they provide a tech perspective with the CS background, but with a understanding of psychology, they understand human behavior. So there are a host of roles across different industries that students are getting hired for at Ashoka.
I guess we are out of time, so we'll close. But some of us are around. Over a drink, we can have more discussions. Thank you.
Sure. And if I may request Mr. Kirit Javli, Secretary of MAAD, to come and hand over a memento to the speakers, the panelists that we have for this session. Thank you very much. Photo op, please. Be there for the photo. Okay, we're quickly going to move on to our next session. So up first, I would like to call the moderator for this session, which is about scaling up family business. We have Mr. Amrish Raghuvanshi, batch of 1980. He's an angel investor and advisor to early stage companies. He helps companies plan IPOs. He has previously worked at HSBC Bank, Bank of America, and Info Edge India, where he was CFO and Director of Finance. Chartered accountant, Amrish holds a PG DBM from XLRI Jamshedpur and a BCom from St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. And of course, he was from Mayo. He completed his schooling there and from the batch of 1980. So may I call upon Mr. Amrish Raghuvanshi to take us through this session on scaling up family business.
Good evening, everyone. I'm privileged with the panel we're going to have today on stage. I'm hoping to learn as much as each of you. I'm really more associated with startups and the startup businesses. So family-owned businesses, I have a huge amount of interest in. So I'm really hoping to learn from Alok, Siddharth, and Saurabh, who are our eminent panelists. So we're running really late. Between you guys and the bar and dinner, that's us. So I'm going to try and compress this and make it engaging and interesting. So, let's get started. Thank you. Yeah. So I'll just make, very brief introductions. Three of our panelists are all from Mayo. Start with the reverse order. So Saurabh, you're the youngest. Yeah. So Saurabh runs a business called Green Lamp. But I think the more interesting part of the story is that the family business which he started with was different. And maybe, in the course of our discussion today, we could talk a little bit about it, but, there was a family division which was not, equitable, or it wasn't really, it was a difficult sort of separation, but he's made a success of it, and I think hats off to the way they've run that. Siddharth, the next. Siddharth Bindra, he runs Biba. And your mother started the business, so he sort of came in, but, his story is extremely interesting because he sort of took it to another level altogether. So it's been, it's a huge success story. And Alok is a different story altogether. It's, it was an extremely established business, a family industrial group, the Shriram Group, which he sort of came into. But, between him and the rest of the sort of members of the family, they've taken it to another level altogether. So all three completely different stories. So I'm hoping to learn a lot, and I'm hoping the rest of you learn a lot from today's discussion. So we're just going to get started straight away. Sort of with you first. You started with a difficult situation. So how do you manage diverse family interests in a business scenario?
Hi. So I think when we started, my dad, my uncle, and myself, three of us built the business from scratch. So when you're building the business and you have nothing to lose, there's not much management to be done. The challenge, starts when there's enough there, and that's when the challenge comes in terms of who owns what. When you're starting up, most of the things are in spirit and not in letter. So really, I think as the business settles in, becomes more successful, then there are more challenges of managing the family interests in terms of ownership, management control, constitution. How do you induct new members in the business? How do you hire professionals? Where do you allocate capital? Who makes what decisions? So clearly, these are the challenges. And did I answer you correctly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you want me to
But what if there are differences, and how do you sort of manage those?
So clearly, I think when the intention is to build a great business, the differences get managed and the decisions are taken in the interest of business. So clearly, when we were working together and when things were going well, we always kept the company's interest above our individual interest. And we went by the rule, if it's good for the company, it's good for the business, it's good for all of us. Yeah, so I think that's how it probably gets done.
Okay. Yeah. Right, thanks. Yeah. Siddharth, raising capital, that's a very sort of critical phase for any business, but especially for family-owned businesses, because there are issues on control and, around that. So when you're raising either debt or equity, how is it different for a family-owned business, and what's your experience been around that?
Yeah, no, I think, yes, in a family-owned business, like Saurabh just mentioned, I think there are a lot of stakeholders, and it's a risk appetite of the family as a whole. In my business, the risk appetite was extremely low. I actually raised private equity when I was nearly debt-free. But I think a basic bit of advice from whatever one has learned over a period of time is, I think it's very important to time it, because you actually can't time it. So when you need it, you should raise it a little bit in advance in terms of equity funding. And you may never get the valuations you may desire, but then raise some of it at least. I think partners also who you raise it from are equally important. You hire people, you make partnerships, you do a lot of diligence. So I think doing diligence on an investor is equally important because it is a marriage, it's a partnership. Very important that you have like-minded stuff. So I think two key takeaways for me.
So I guess the timing of raising capital is important, because if you've managed to build the business on a very frugal means without diluting too much capital, then the time at which you raise capital, you have much more room to sort of, at a low level of dilution, be able to raise more capital. Isn't that?
Yes, I think that's absolutely one way of looking at it. And I think in my case, I raised private equity in 2007. I was debt-free. Typical advice would have been grow the business and raise the valuation and then raise money. I raised less money, but 2008 Lehman Brothers happened. So if I hadn't raised it, it wasn't coming for another 2-3 years. So I'm saying you can never time it. You should always at least raise sufficient for next 2 to 3 years of runway, even if the valuation is not what you perceive your valuation to be.
Quite right. Take a longer term view and...
Yeah, raise some so that, because in any growth business, you need capital. You can't always go with debt. And then in a family managed business, it's the risk appetite of all of us, or each individual actually. So if even one individual's risk appetite is low, it's going to slow the whole debt cycle of it down.
And when we discussed your business, you mentioned that you needed growth capital to expand the number of physical stores
That's
and
right.
so on. So,
That's right. Till then, we were a wholesale business. It was more a working capital thing. But the minute I started rolling out stores, it became a heavy capital expenditure kind of thing. And equity was rightly needed.
So, Alok, coming to you, one of the, the issue I want to, sort of bounce off with you is the intergenerational transfer of, control or management in a family-owned business. I mean, you are probably living it, both Rudra and your daughter, are sort of involved, getting more involved in the business and so on. So, what are the sort of critical points and we talked about this. You said that the younger generation may have a different approach to business or different approach to, how to run these things. And how do you sort of reconcile that?
Okay, I think that's a great question, and to some extent, Saurabh did answer it. In a family business, you really have three segmented roles. One is as a family member, the other is as an owner, and the third is as a manager, because most of us manage our businesses also. And the dynamics between all three roles causes quite a lot of discomfort at various levels. So the first thing I would say is by the third generation, you should really look at separating businesses. Because by then the relationships get wider and wider. And by the third, or maybe if you're lucky till the fourth generation, but at that point you need to separate. We were very lucky in our third generation. I'm the fourth, my kids are the fifth. In the third generation, we separated. And I think the amount of energies which were let loose because of that were fantastic. I think our businesses have all our business groups have grown anywhere from 10 times to maybe 50 times.
Wow, that's
So,
fantastic.
It's been good. I think the family relationships have improved. You have talks about family constitutions and things like that. They can only work through one or two generations. Things change. A simple example is if a constitution was written maybe 50 years ago or 30 years ago, women were not recipients of the HUF property and things like that. Today it's totally different. And I know of business families where that divide has come in, and what was perceived as a very stable family is now breaking apart. So I think it behoves a family to take note of these things and make the changes. As far as, I think by the second or third generation, you still have enough relationship to manage differences. But at some point, you've got to change them. One more thing is regarding raising capital. I think for a family business, because the family is a source of wealth, the business is a source of wealth, it is necessary for the family to isolate the main business line from the newer businesses which are taking large amounts of capital. Because you can create the wealth, but if you don't isolate, you can also lose the wealth very fast. So I think that's something everyone should be a little careful about.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Saurabh, coming to you, often people say that family-owned businesses have a different time horizon when it comes to investing. So both the good and the bad, if you can, what's your experience been with that?
So I think family, at least our kind of businesses, we think of our business as lifelong businesses, and there is no finish line. It goes on, which helps you take long-term decisions in terms of investments, building markets, building products, in terms of we don't work with the mentality of selling out or exiting. So I think that gives you a long-term comfort of taking big decisions, and you build a highway in the initial period, which helps you over the longer term. The fallout or the bad part of it is at times this disrupts the, at least temporarily, capital ratios, return ratios. Investments are more front-ended. So I think that could be a potential fallout. But clearly, I think long-term ownership, long-term thinking with the family business really helps build something of size and scale over a period of time.
But especially if you take an outside investment, or like you are a listed company now, or if you take an external investment like Siddharth was mentioning, isn't there a somewhat of a mismatch between investor time horizon and your own sort of time horizon? Because yours tend to be more sort of long-term, pretty much like infinity, but theirs will be more sort of compressed timelines.
So I would say yes and no.
Okay, sorry.
So I would say yes and no, Ambrish. And I've been fortunate to have investors in my company who also think long-term. And so one of our first investors have been around for, 17 years. My second investor has been around for 13, 14 years. And they've all come at when the company's valuation was 1P, and now the P is like 40. So they made like 60, 70x. So I think it depends on the kind of investors you bring in, what capital do you attract, and also the patience level of the investor and how they view the business, and are they willing to ride it for the long term and genuinely see solid growth. So I think it depends on the kind of investors. When do you invest? I think that's very important to choose your right partner. I think it's extremely important. So while the money's, the color's the same, but choosing the right investor partner is a very, very important decision I think a business or a family should take and does take.
Thank you. That's a good point. Yeah. So Siddharth, how do you manage talent between the external talent and talent available within the family? So how do you sort of play that in?
Yeah, no, I think I'll pick it up a little bit from what Alok also mentioned. I think being the manager and the owner of the business, I think one has to really try and segment this very clearly in terms of what's good for the business and what's good. And I think the best talent for the job is typically the right way to look at it. In my case, my mother started this business. She's still there. But we've had a professional design head for the last 15 years. So, those are the kind of things I think you would do. So that's a typical family person who would be in the business. So we've got to put the business ahead of personal relationships of the family. And I think what is good for the business eventually is good for the family. And I think for any business to be able to scale up and grow, you need external talent. You need to be able to attract the best talent. I think you need to even provide the right work environment for being able to attract the best talent. So I think if they don't see that kind of a work environment where that talent is valued or has the freedom or the independence to make decisions and grow, you don't land up probably attracting the best talent.
No, I think my point was also about the fact, Siddharth, that, and a professional, if he were to join the business, a family-owned company, how does he feel that, his career path is going to not be limited because there are family interests in play, and that he will get a fair sort of journey?
I think the contrast only comes if there are a lot of family members in the business.
Right.
I think if that doesn't exist, then it's not such a problem. And like I said, I think if it's still the best person for the job in that sense of it, because the family owns the business, you'll always take the right decisions. It depends on the size and scale of the business, how operating family members also probably want to be. But I think over a period of time, when you reach a little bit of scale, I think the DNA, the working culture of a company does get reasonably well known. And that's when you start attracting the right kind of talent. So a professional in a particular position, like in my case, I am the operating CEO of my business. So yes, I think for the next 3, 4, 5 years, I don't plan to, at least the next 3 years, I plan to be the operating CEO. So yes, I'm not going to be able to attract someone for that role. But I think for functional roles, it would be easy to attract. And I think that's what people would do that. And these are, I think, honest conversations one should be having when recruiting people. What are their ambitions? How do they look at joining your business for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years? What is the kind of growth you could provide them over the next, or at least provide the right vision for the business? And I think leaders will continue to grow in the business. So I think those are the conversations I would have with leaders who I would recruit into my business.
Alok, do you have a point on this?
Yeah, I have a big point on this. I think the biggest killers of family businesses are two simple words: ego and capability. So invariably, that is what destroys a family business, and one has to put that into the back pocket when the family is discussing things, because the differences really arise from that. And how you handle that will show your maturity and capability for longevity. I think every family business has to have some way of moderating these two things and assessing people's capability. As Siddharth said, that it's easy to assess someone, but is that person willing to accept that assessment?
That's a good point.
And that is something which causes a lot of aggravation. And as the relationships get further apart, that causes more and more problems. Also, over time, you have what were non-family members coming in, spouses, in-laws, and they invariably end up becoming the advisors and, access to the family member, which causes a lot of thoughts which may be very different. And then, of course, there's the problem of different family members wanting to grow at different rates. So as your relationships get farther apart, someone may be very happy in what he's doing and want to stay within a certain bandwidth. And someone else may say, I want to become 10x. How do you deal with that? How do you allocate capital? Because that is, I think, the biggest job of the family. And the last thing I would say is that senior family members need to learn to step back at different points of time and redefine their roles. This came up in the earlier panel also. That you need to redefine your role and say, look, I will not be an operating manager, I'll become something senior to that, or I'll look after some other parts of the business. And ultimately, once you reach a terminal size, and I don't know what that is for different businesses, you really have to look after capital allocations and corporate governance, because corporate governance is becoming a huge part of business today. So these are, some of my thoughts on this.
So one of the things which Pankaj mentioned in the first panel discussion was that more than 60%, the survey of people from Mayo, more than 60% of the people actually run their own business. So one of the points I want to just bring up with you, Saurabh, is that how would you advise people that how should you look at scale? Because there may be a tendency to just say, to coast along and say it's fine. Right. We've reached a particular critical size, critical mass. We're generating a reasonable return, and life's fine. We are okay. But how do you sort of reinvigorate the ambition and get the scale going?
So I think that's a hard question, but I think scale will be very personal and independent to each person and to each business. And so I think scale could be local, could be regional, could be national, could be international. I think that really depends on the ambition one has in terms of what is scale for that particular human being or that family or for that business. So I think it's a long shot, I think. So one needs to define themselves on what they think is scale and where do you want to get to. At times, not scaling up may be a great option because scaling up is very hard and it has a lot of pitfalls, a lot of challenges. So I think it depends on business and the individual because if the ambition is not there to scale, I think you can't scale because you want to scale. I think there's a lot of effort which goes into scaling up and most Indian businesses don't scale up beyond a certain point. We get restricted with our own, I think, individual requirements, and after a certain point, I think there's enough study to show that entrepreneurs don't go beyond a certain point, and they kind of stop in terms of scalability. So I think it's a very personal decision to the individual and to the family because every business can be scaled, right? Even a smaller business, you could be a niche business, but it can be a global business. It doesn't. So you could have a small market share or small market size in a country, but if you take a worldwide view, it can be a larger market opportunity. In some businesses, there could be a large opportunity within the country. So I think it depends. This needs to be kind of debated, thought through, and one has to take a longer-term view when one does this.
So I'll just throw up a slightly more provocative question relating to this, which is that do you think at some stage you need professionals to get scale going because you've topped out on growth, or is that not the right
I mean,
approach?
in my case, I'm more of a nuclear family business and running it myself, and there's no way I could grow the business without professionals. I think all businesses will need professionals. I think the family, unless it's a very unique family that would come with all the skill set, all the perseverance, as well as hunger. Because all those things put together. So I think scaling up without professionals is very, very tough. Probably, definitely not the advised way. And I couldn't have done it without professionals for sure.
Alok, any?
Oh yeah, we've always been professional from 1890 because of the span of the businesses and number of family members in the business. All our businesses have been run by professionals. But I think I just want to mention one thing Sanjeev had mentioned in his talk, was that look at customer inflows and not at investor inflows. I think my view on that is very simple. Yes, you have to sell to make money, not get money in and then try and pay it back at some point when you're not making money. So family businesses, it becomes more important because we cannot wait for those kind of time scales of 10 years and 15 years. If we put in money, it has to start generating within 12 or 24 months. So I think profit is definitely the bottom line.
Okay, I don't know if any of you have experimented or have implemented, stock option plans in your businesses. Saurabh, have you sort of implemented, and if there are any challenges which are specific to family-owned businesses when you are trying to implement the stock?
Sure. So we have long-term incentives, and our board just approved a ESOP plan. So we're in the process of actually implementing.
And what do you think are the challenges in a family-owned business?
So it's routine like any other business. I think it's defining goal sheets, defining performance. Are you doing the ESOPs too early? Because if the business is going to go up 4 or 5x, the team which you have now, are they going to be, relevant when the business scales up? Otherwise, dilution, etc., is not much challenge because to get talent, for the talent to create wealth, I think ESOP is the way to go. While it has some challenges in the sense that if a company has multiple business lines, some business lines are doing well, some are not, and who influences what decisions, how that works. So one needs to think through, clearly, so a right roadmap is built.
I would have a little take on this. I think one should have a holistic view on compensation, because I think ESOP is one part of the compensation. It also depends on what is the life stage of the company, and probably who the person is. If you're a startup and you have a partner coming in as a founder or a junior founder and there is an ESOP, that's valuable. But for a mid-sized business, a business that's 10 years old or so, people may not have that long-term horizon. They may not be able to voice it. Looking at a 4-year ESOP, they may want 1/4 of that as cash today. And probably it's cheaper for the company to pay that cash out versus giving the person an ESOP. I think I'm an unlisted space. He's a listed business. So in an unlisted space also, ESOP somehow, the full impact of it doesn't land. Until and unless you're having transactions all the time and there is a clear valuation and there is a clear liquidity thing. So I think these are things I would keep in mind while creating an ESOP. We have an ESOP plan, but I find selling it, few understand it, few appreciate it. And today I'd have an approach of ESOP or cash, whatever works.
So I guess if there's a path to creating liquidity around the stock, then there will be a value ascribed to it. Otherwise, it's difficult.
Yeah, and then what is the value ascribed to it? Because unless there is a tradable value every 6 months or 9 months, it's a notional value.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. In startup kind of sense, like in a private equity kind of business, okay, you are valued today, you're probably going to get valued after 3 or 5 years. You can have, there's not instant liquidity. Of course, the company can provide it. There are lots of tools. But over a period, I'm not sure to what level people are able to understand it if it's not immediately tradable. And as a company, sometimes it's cheaper to pay cash.
Hello?
Oh, in our kind of businesses, I don't believe in ESOPs. I would rather give a performance bonus or whatever at the end of the year. No ESOPs.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, that's one last question, Parn. Sorry, we're keeping you away from, but anyway. So the last question, in the Germanic countries, which is Germany, Austria, and certain parts of Switzerland, the Mittelstand, which is the mid-size companies, have been the bedrock of the economy. So are there any things we can learn from that, Alok, you to begin with?
So the middle stand is essentially companies which employ 500 people, and I think 50 million euros or something is their broad turnover range. It's not by statute, it's a general sort of understanding. In India, we have MSMEs by statute. The fundamental difference in Indian MSMEs is that there is a restriction on investment. And I think that is absolutely horrendous.
Terrible.
You see, today, the cost of good quality equipment I mean, if someone wants to get into textiles, 1 crore rupees for a loom is nothing much. So if you can only spend 20 crores, you got 20 looms, and that's really not anywhere near economy of scale. So I think there's a lot to be learned from the Mittelstand. They are essentially homegrown companies. They form more than 90% or 99% of German industry. But they can also be very large. It's not that they're small. So 3 things happen there. One is you have these companies which are, let's say, 50 million and 500 people. You also have companies which form little partnerships between 3 or 4 companies in a region or something, and each one makes something. So it actually becomes a bigger conglomerate. And the last is much bigger companies, like you would have heard a company called Robert Bosch, which is the Myco spark plugs. It's a global company, but it comes under the Mittelstand, this thing. So I think India has to learn that we must allow our MSMEs to grow if we have to make them successful. And frankly, for India, it's very important because our biggest problem is unemployment. And for every unit of capital, MSMEs can bring in quick and fast employment.
Siddharth, Saurabh, any of you have any ideas, any thoughts on the subject?
I'm not so familiar with the Europe
Okay.
part of it.
Saurabh?
So I have some sense of this. I read this book called Hidden Champions, which had talked about these German, Austrian, European companies who are niche markets and they're global leaders.
Yep,
absolutely. So family-owned businesses in industrial spaces and healthcare, and so many equipment suppliers, across the world are from Europe. They're all family-owned businesses, 100-year-old businesses, 200-old businesses, 5th, 6th generation running into it. So I think, so these are the ones I've read about, and the ones I know are reasonably decent-sized companies, 150 million revenues, 200 million euro revenues, those kind of companies. Yeah, but all essentially family-owned businesses.
So I think we are done with our session. So open it up to the audience if there are any questions.
Hello. Yes, so my name is Prateek. I'm from 2013 batch. My question to you is primarily focusing around smaller businesses. So it's basically on the mid-size categories that, especially for the younger lot, when they join their family businesses, they face challenge regarding the generational issues of how their parents used to run or how their things used to do. And if they want to, say, expand or, say, divert from it, their parents sometimes do not support them in terms of going towards professionalizing it, one, or to going toward taking the business onto a different vision. So what would be your suggestion in terms of, to the younger lot, in terms of dealing with these issues? Because they want to come in and professionalize, but they don't have that experience at the back of their minds.
Hello.
First, please have some patience with your parents. Okay? You have to go to them with a logical, let's say, a project or with a viability study of some sort, which shows that the project is worth doing, number one. Number two, their risk-taking capability. That is very important. If you are hypothetically a 50 crore business and you go with a 500 crore project, chances are it will be shut down. But if you go with something which is viable and has a reasonable risk profile, I think you will be able to sell it. It may take a little time and a few meetings. Don't expect that you've thrown an idea and someone's going to say yes. As far as professionalization is concerned, you must professionalize. I mean, I don't think in today's world, one person can do everything. I mean, I would see it if you go to our IFS and you go to a Gurjeet, this is for you. If you go to an embassy anywhere in the world, you will see professionals at various levels, the commercial, the defense, the administrative, and that's how they function. So you all also must professionalize. It's not necessary that you get only a CEO, but it can be professionalized at different levels.
There's one at the back. Sorry, Boeing, come.
Thanks. So I'm Karanveer Singh, batch of 79. I wanted to thank the panelists because a lot of these things are actually very difficult conversations. I am going through some of that myself at this point in time. One thing which I've come up with, I think may be of interest to other people who are running startups or companies or whatever, and an alternative to ESOPs, which are very difficult to explain, and then you have to wait for a liquidity event for anyone to benefit, is something that I've come across and I plan to implement, is called phantom stocks.
Yep.
Phantom stocks.
Phantom stocks.
Phantom stocks. So look at phantom stocks. It's the same thing like giving a bonus, but it's directly linked to the performance of a company and it's non-dilutive. So I just thought for anybody else who's considering ESOPs.
No,
to
thanks,
consider
Boeing, for that.
Yeah.
That's very helpful. Yeah.
And from a PRC case at that. Yeah. Huh?
So I think, Karan, I agree at the stages these companies on this dais are, I would probably go with your phantom stock thing. So it also depends what stage, which I think Siddharth also mentioned. If you are an early stage setup and you got employees or were contributing hell of a lot, not getting market salaries, and you give them phantom stock at that stage, that's the biggest short change you can do to them, in my view. I've seen that in many cases. But if you are in a mature company, phantom stocks work well because at least there is liquidity, as there's a lot of other things, right? So I think also horses for courses kind of thing here. So smaller early stage, I would see, but if it's mature, then, probably.
Amrish sir, can I respond to Prateek? Prateek. Yeah, can I respond to his question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll respond in a very desi way, okay? Professionals are good. We must hire professionals. But remember one thing, घोड़े की लगाम अपने हाथ में होनी चाहिए. ठीक है? So do hire professionals, but don't be dependent on them that they will give you the result because he's a professional and he's been assigned a job and he will come up with the result. That's where we fail and that's where the parents are skeptical. And another very desi thing, जिंदगी अपने दम पे जी जाती है, दूसरे के कंधे पे जनाजे उठते हैं. That's the hardcore reality of this generation.
I don't agree with you. I'm sorry.
No,
I think you should have a private conversation.
Yeah.
Beyond a certain size,
I wouldn't agree.
You must get in professionals.
No, we must, but लगाम तो होनी चाहिए. पता तो होना चाहिए कि कर क्या रहा है.
I'm sure Mukesh Ambani also has the lagam here.
I think
that's what I'm telling him. I've seen my friends fail.
I think we can take that conversation over a couple of drinks. There's someone at the back.
Hi, I'm Pavel Garg from the batch of 2017. I found it very interesting when you all were talking about the Germanic companies.
We can't hear you too well. Can you come up?
For sure. I'll just speak into the mic. Is that better? Yeah. Perfect. So I'm Pavel Garg from the batch of 2017. And I thought it was very interesting how you were talking about these Germanic or European countries in which a lot of the control of the major companies is still within the family. And we see in a lot of other companies, in a lot of other countries or economies where there are major companies and majority of the large companies aren't operated by families. So I was just wondering, what do you think causes this shift in control of companies running out of the family? And also, which way do you think the Indian companies are headed in the next 20 or 30 years? Would it be an economy in which most of the companies are smaller or even larger ones are family run? Or would it turn into a country in which even the larger companies are more professionally run, even something like a Reliance, and the control is out of the family?
So is Reliance a family company? That's your answer. It depends upon how businesses grow. But globally, in America, in Europe, and Japan, most companies are family owned one way or the other. Even a company like Toyota is family owned, Honda is family owned. The most wealthiest people in the US are all family owned companies. The Rockefellers or Berkshire Hathaway.
So don't you think that's changing now? With the newer billionaires, with the new age billionaires, would Elon Musk's family be running Tesla later on? Or same with Amazon? And how does that work? Is it better to keep the company within the family or to let it be run by professionals? And how do you even make that decision?
It will be run by professionals, like even Reliance is, but it's owned by the family. And I think there's a difference between the running of it and the management of those companies versus the ownership of it. And yes, I think families that have a very, a family is able to provide the right direction to the board, I think the right direction to the company over the values that has been built up, and I think to continue to those values. So, of course, the family should have all that hunger and the ability to do that.
No, so for example, Walmart, I mean, is a family-owned company, but not probably family-managed at this point of time. Over time, it's largely been managed by professionals. But it's created a huge amount of wealth for the family. So the family has actually done very well through the ownership.
I'll give you an example.
And I think even Walmart has done well with the leadership of the board, which is the family.
So I'll give you a
that same ethos has continued.
Yeah, I'll give you a slightly different example of Ford. Ford was family-owned, then it became professional, then it became family-owned, then it became professional. So it's been jumping in and out of this. Whenever it's hit a crisis, the family has stepped into executive shoes. And unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, but in India, if a company hits a crisis, the family better be ready to jump in.
So I think family businesses are good businesses. I think at times, people say Lala company, family-owned company. I think a lot of this is bullshit, and it's a lot of gyan. I think businesses which are built in India, at least in India, the data is family businesses have better returns. And we talked about Reliance and so many other groups. Yeah. So I think family businesses are good businesses. Family genuinely, I think, sacrifices a lot to build companies and businesses, which at times many people don't appreciate or it's underappreciated. So answering your question, when should you professionalize? I think professionalism we've been talking can go hand in hand. It's different from ownership, right? So
True.
You must not get confused between ownership and management. Yeah, so even Lalas are professionals, right? And so in India, people say this, Lala run company here, where the owner and the manager is same, but those Lalas really work hard to go and build the business. The sacrifices they go through, what we put at risk or what we put at risk in the past when the business was built, I think is immense. And I think that carries a lot of, weight and importance. So I don't think you should get too confused. It depends on what size your business is, what your ambition is, and you keep moving along, I personally feel. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that.
So I think, we could go on, but Mr. Yamraj is indicating to me that we have to call a stop. So I think we'll thank you very much for a lovely panel and a great discussion. I don't know about all of you, but I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion today, so thank you.
I'd request you to please be seated because I would want to invite Pooja Kothari, Mayo College Girls' School Alumni President, to hand over mementos to our panelists, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ambrish. Okay, we've got another one of our platinum sponsors who have a few minutes to tell us a little bit more about their company. I'd request Colonel Ashwini, the CEO of City Air Global, to kindly come and address us.
So I guess we are about 2 more speakers away from the bar. And thank you for the introduction. I'm the CEO of the India part of City Air Global. and Colonel Bhavani Singh, with whom my association goes back to the mid-70s, but when it compares to his Mayo contemporaries, it pales in comparison. Bhavani is the principal. Our Russian partners, Dima, Vitali, and Anastasia are here in the audience. We call ourselves a company of colonels and engineers, with the doughty colonels learning how to survive in a company of whom 90% are masters in physics, and about 100 of them out of the 500 strength are in innovation. The background slide here shows you a lot of data which all of you are conversant with, but you may not be comfortable with. And as an Indian entity, we started only about 5 months ago. And earlier this week, we were there in the 8th Smart Cities exhibition at Pragati Maidan. And we became a major source of attraction for the crowd who came in because the AQI in the pavilion was over 200. And we had set up a glass panel there with our product and our measuring device. Dima has the device in his hand, and even now it is measuring data live in the hall. A lot of people came into a hall to breathe fresh air. So how fresh air is measured, we have a data point here. The color depiction shows you very well. From 1 to 10, indoor air quality is measured in an index of 1 to 10. And this data shows you how it is measured. I will now take you and give you a live feed of what the data here is in this hall as of this moment. So when we started off, the AQI was bad, but then it has rained, and you can see the PM 2.5, PM 10 has come down. But what has really changed is the CO2 level in the room. Now, all of you have attended enough conferences when you have walked into a room or into an environment where it becomes stuffy and you say, Darwaza kholo or open the window, is because the CO2 levels in the room go up in a significant way. And that probably is also the reason that most of you would be feeling drowsy or wanted to step out for a bout of fresh air. But this is the live data that's showing you. As you can see, time now is about 8:30, and that's the data being shown to you on the slide. Typically, a safe environment of CO2 level is between 350, we can go up to 600 particles per minute. Now, conventionally, you've had a lot of air purifiers in the market, but what they really do is they recirculate the air inside the room. And the product that we bring here, and I'm going to conclude that with a video, is the one that rectifies the CO2 issue. What it does is it pulls in air from outside on the need of basis. You see, what Dima or Dimitri has here is a sensor which will sense that yes, you need to pull in air, and only then. So in a very energy conscious environment where companies also look at energy savings and households also look at their electricity bills. Even in my house, I know my mom has a habit of whenever the air purifier is on and she sees the green light, she switches off ki ab hawa theek hai and bijli ka bill badega. So all of us are conscious. What this device does is it will manage the air depending on the need for it. This is a device that Dima is holding in his hand. We call it the Magic Air Sensor. These are the parameters it tests. There is a brochure in your bag which describes this, so I will not spend time here. This is the device, and we have it like this, the glass booth that we had set up at the trade fair. We have one outside in the stall, should you all want to go and experience it. We have set up there. Tion has this, and in the video that you will see, it shows as to how it functions. I will not talk about the ambient air piece because we are there in that in the smart cities, airshed, industrial plants, where we help a lot. Because should any of you want to do that, in the contact details that I will have later, these are some of the stations that we use for air monitoring at a larger area and domain. And these are my contact details should anyone want to get in touch. Please be in touch with us. We are not just the indoor air where the focus has been so far, we are also in the ambient air. This is the video. last bit, there's a pre-order QR code outside. And what I must mention, there's a special 30% Mayo discount for all the people who will place orders today. Thank you.
Some of you who can hear me outside, we're going to have some spotlight speakers coming up very, very shortly. Those are sessions that you don't want to miss. So if you can hear me outside, please start making your way back into the hall. In the meanwhile, we have another presentation from one of our sponsors. This is Sharp Sight, and representing them, we've got Dr. Lieutenant Colonel Shantanu Mukherjee.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, I am sure everybody's thirsting for a drink, and there's been enough of Gyan from late afternoon. Okay, I am filling in for Dr. Major Sameer Sood. He's a dear senior and friend. He's from the batch of 1982 Mayo, and he is one of India's foremost cataract and refractive surgeons, and he was a pioneer 20 years ago in doing cutting-edge phacoemulsification surgery. Okay, a bit of trivia. I went to the Scindia School, batch of 1987, and my only connection to Mayo is that we used to trudge on the meter gauge from Agra all the way to reaching Ajmer for those quadrangulars, and I used to keep wondering how far is Ajmer from the rest of India. Anyway, okay, I'm just going to speak a few words on where ophthalmology or eye care is today, and what kind of cutting-edge technology that we have to offer to people in India at costs, at affordable costs, which are, at 1/3 to 1/4 the cost of the cutting-edge treatment that's available in the West. Sharpsight Eye Hospitals was founded by Sameer Sood along with his friend and partner Kamal Kapoor about 20 years ago. And today we stand at 16 eye hospitals across from Srinagar in Jammu Kashmir up to Agartala in Tripura. So our presence is in northern India and in the northeast. And that's Sameer Sood on the extreme left there. And he decided to go in for his vision correction about 3 years ago because he was having trouble sighting the ball on the fairways, and he got rid of his glasses. And he had one regret, that he could never wear his Oakleys, so he's finally doing it and absolutely seeing crystal clear. Okay, that's myself. I'm a rider by passion and a doctor by default. Okay, so there are lots of my colleagues who've also decided to get themselves rid of glasses, and that's kind of reshaped and enhanced their life and enhanced their lifestyle in their 50s. Okay, so this is in summary what we offer. All those people who are in their 50s who can't do without their reading glasses, there are fantastic solutions available today to get rid of those glasses and never to have the cataract later on in life. Secondly, we have people who have huge, numbered prescription glasses. We can get rid of them. And then coming down to the pediatric age group, in the children with myopia being hugely on the rise, we have solutions for them too. Okay, so this is about all the refractive surgery. And also about a word about lifestyle afflictions. We have diabetes, we have hypertension, and what we do is detect it early and pass it on to our physician friends so that treatment or management can happen at a much earlier stage. Okay, that's in summary, that's what Sharpsight is all about in all our different places. And we are 16 centers as of today. Thank you so much. आओ अच्छा देखें. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, if in any case, we have a stall outside, and if anyone's any kind of information, anything that's required, we are here to provide you as such. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. So is this yours? Okay, we've got our spotlight speakers coming up, and I think this is a pretty remarkable story. We have somebody from the batch of 1994. She was India's youngest and only MBA to become a village head. The position mostly occupied by elders, renowned for a passion that drives her to drag her, impoverished ancestral village Toda into the 21st century. She featured amongst the 192 young global leaders announced by the World Economic Forum in 2022. This MBA left her corporate career with one of the country's biggest telecom firms to become a sarpanch. Previously, she worked with Bharti Televentures, the Carlson Group of Hotels, and the Times of India in Delhi. So here is the first of our spotlight speakers. I want you to give a big round of applause for Chavi Rajawat, former Sarpanch Soda Village, who's also a great motivational speaker. If we could have her on stage, please.
Thank you all for having me here, and thank you all for being here. A big round of applause for all of you to have stayed away from the drinks and dinner. I know we're right into it, but thanks for being here. Can we just put our hands together for each one of us? More so because of the long journey we have all taken from when we were in school, irrespective of which batch, to where we are as of today. And I love the fact that we're under the same roof, hearing each other out, learning from each other, and hopefully coming together to do something better. My journey back into my village was not very different because I saw my village as my family, as this fraternity probably feels about each other, and that's what my village was. Like many of you, I have run a business of my own. I used to run a horse riding academy in Jaipur prior to becoming the Sarpanch. I had a small hotel of my own, a family-run property in Jaipur. And before that, I was working in the private sector, having worked in the media, telecom, as well as the hospitality industries. Having done that, there was what I would call a destiny and the twist of destiny, which brought me into my village, which is where I'm coming from as of today. I drove straight from the village to come here. And my journey of 10 years, I've done 2 terms as the leader of the village. I have to share with you my journey in a snippet. A tall order, but I'm someone who loves challenges, and I'm thrilled to be here, and I hope I can inspire some of you, and hopefully our Alumni Association to think a little differently. I think we all think differently, and that's why we are doing what we are doing as beautifully as we are doing. But I think there's a lot more that can be done. As we heard from the previous sessions, what's beautiful about our country is the fact that we have immense opportunities. The lens that some see through, my prior speaker, perhaps you could fit those lenses in. There are lenses which look at things in a very myopic manner, where there may seem to be challenges which are just way too immense, and therefore a lot of privileged people like you and I hold ourselves back. Then there's the other lot, which thinks, how much of a difference can I alone possibly make? And that's where I will use a very cliched statement. When you look at a drop of water falling at the same spot, even if it is falling after a long gap, just probably 2 or 3 drops in a day, but at the same spot, and if it does so consistently, that tiny drop has the power to change the hardest rock. And that's the beauty of recognizing who we are as an individual. When someone talks to me and asks me what empowerment means, to me, empowerment means knowing who you are and being comfortable in your own skin with who you are. And I think that is what gets us to progress and do well in whichever space and sphere we may be in. So how Sarpanchi happened for me was courtesy the amendment which ensures that women also get to be in the leadership roles. So yes, it was a patriarchal mindset, and yes, the decision was not mine, but that of the very men who were from my village, the village elders. But the difference was that these village elders were the ones who had carried me on their shoulders when I was a child. So what they were using was an emotional angle, hoping that that would inspire me to come back to the village to help them. They were afraid I may say no, so they did what they knew best in a patriarchal society, which is go to my father and hope that he's going to call the shots and I would just blindly obey. But my family, thankfully, is a little more progressive. My father turned around and told them that I do not tell my daughter what to do. She has a mind of her own. She is a Mayoite. So if you want her, the discussion has to be directly between you and her. They were stumped, but they weren't prepared. They didn't think that I would be allowed to make such a decision. So while they saw me, we exchanged pleasantries, said hi, hello, and they left back to the village. Came back after a few days, 50-odd men, all village elders, almost my grandpa's age, to convince me. I needed no conviction because I was aware of the challenges that my village faced. I was aware that since Panchayati Raj started and post-independence till date, there are so many voices that are left unheard, be it men, women, youth, children. And there's a need that we need to step forth, not just believe that it is the job of the government, but I believe it is the responsibility of each one of us. And that's the chord that decided that while they were trying to fit me into a position of probably just being a puppet, but here was an opportunity wherein I could tap into what the government has to offer, what the private sector, and where this fraternity, where people like you and I could come together and as a collective force, in a collaborative manner, transform a village, even if it be one village at a time. To me, it did not matter whether it was my village. It needed to be a holistic development because I believe that we want to build the nation. You and I need to participate equally. If we want to change the world, each one needs to contribute. And yes, while we are busy making money, which is important, but we also need to realize and recognize the fact that we are in positions of privilege, and it is our duty as dharma and karma to also give back and pay it forward to a society as and when we can and however we can. Because believe you me, in a village like mine, which does not have safe drinking water available, leave aside water for irrigation purposes. It is an agrarian economy, as most of you would know, but if there is no water, there is no source of income, there is no food, there is scarcity. We face drought every few years. The groundwater is declared unsafe and unfit for irrigation owing to natural contaminants in the soil and high levels of salinity. So you can imagine the levels of poverty. You can imagine the extreme health issues. What I have noticed, and something that a lot of village residents are not aware of, is that the high percentage of Down syndrome that people get affected by is because of the intake of that contaminated water, which starts affecting a child when the child is in the mother's womb. I'm sure if any of you were aware of such grave situations that people have to live through, you would not turn a blind eye. And that's exactly what I did. I did not turn a blind eye, but stepped forth. Stepped forth more so because I believe in the power of the collective. I have faith in the goodness of people. And of course, in a country like ours, what is required is patience and perseverance. But the beauty is there are people like you from the private sector, from businesses, from business houses doing great work. What can we do to come together? I know there's paucity of time, so I'm going to leave this with you. That if I alone, as a single woman who had no team to help her, other than those who were within the village, who were amazing, My journey is not the journey of me alone, but the growth story of the thousands of people who came together, men, women, youth, and children, and how collectively we faced the challenges head on. We collaborated. We thought and found creative ways of finding solutions, even though we had no industry in the district, no company initially wanting to support us because nobody knew us. And it made me realize that villages that are far removed from cities, far removed from industries, what happens to them? Who the hell do they go to? The government has its constraints. It doesn't have enough manpower to work in the fields. But that is a story we do not hear of. So how can we, people who have different expertise, and this has been my vision, which continues to remain so, how do we connect the dots so that each one of us, with our different expertise, comes together to bring about that holistic development? And my pledge and plea that I wish, the pledge that you would make, is that can this fraternity, can the Mayo Alumni Association come together with all the expertise that we have in the entire alumni? Can we come together to take up a village, just any one village, doesn't matter where. Mayo is in Rajasthan, therefore I think the best thing would be to pick a village from Rajasthan and transform it. I don't know of any alumni association across the country that has even thought about it. Can we do that? Is a question I'll leave with you. And a message that if I alone could transform a village, not just infrastructural development, but also development of other sorts, and if I could successfully do it as a collective force, I think the power is truly immense. And yes, for me, there were challenges. Yes, there was apathy. There was a disbelief that someone could want to work and give it her best shot. That yes, here was someone swimming against the tide. But when people realize that there is that conviction, there is that desire to bring about change, no matter how rigid that system may be, it turns around. And eventually, with time, and I think the beauty of turning things around lies in dialogues. Dialogues that we have with mutual respect, and not one with attitude that, hey, I come from a better space, that I am more privileged, I have a higher degree, and therefore I know it all. But one where we respect each other as human beings, where we talk to each other at par, knowing that it's not the power play, but where we are open to listening and sharing, learning and giving. And that is something that you would see is intrinsic even in how corporations or organizations that do well, do well. If that is the value system you can bring into your organization, into your company, then there is nothing stopping you. And there is no way that that heritage, that legacy will not continue. And that's been my learning as a sarpanch. There's so much more I would love to share, but yes, I know there's limitation of time. There is drinks, there's dinner, we all need food. But I hope that you will consider what I am requesting you to consider. Can we come together as a collective force to make a difference? My journey has brought me personally a lot of learning. It's taught me patience. It's taught me how to see myself differently. It's taught me to understand people better. And I think courtesy that, I've been on various fellowship programs that I'm very proud and honored to be on. I'm on the board with organizations like EIH, that's the Oberoi Group of Hotels, with Bayer, the South Asia Advisory Committee. I am with an international not-for-profit organization based out of the US. I am also on board of an organization based out of Delhi, which is into academics, an all-women's business school, and likewise on various other advisory roles. The reason I choose to keep one foot into the private sector is because I feel we need to understand, we need greater awareness about what rural India is all about. Development cannot only be skewed by looking at urban spaces. I have unfortunately met many people like you and I who've turned around and said, why should we be bothered about villages? We don't live in a village. We are not directly impacted. But the fact is, you and I are directly impacted if one part of the nation is not developed. Because where will they go? You would go to greener pastures. You would want your children to go to better schools and colleges for which they will venture out. And therefore, people in villages have as much right to do so. And we don't have the basic requirement of water not available. Obviously, I, as an individual, would want to go to a greener pasture where that basic resource is made available to me. And therefore, the influx happens. Therefore, the problems of something as basic as traffic, as air pollution, and blah, 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 I don't think I need to spell it out, but I do realize that sometimes the obvious is not obvious. It has to be stated. We have to wake up. The sooner, the better. Here we are talking about AI and technology. What is technology in a village? Is being able to construct a concrete house. That's the disparity. So what can we do to reduce that? What can we do to create assets and build assets for the future of the nation, where we have schools, high schools, where children are only taught English literature, English, the generic English, Hindi, Sanskrit, and geography. Nothing else. Not even all of humanities. So think about that. And what can we do using the tech space, even if it's virtual education, and use that platform for skilling and training people that some of you may want to employ within your organizations. So just a few thoughts that I want to leave you with, and thank you all for having me here and to your patient hearing. Thank you.
Could I request Amrish Raghuvanshi to give over a memento to Chavi Rajagut, please? Thank you. Let's hear it for Chavi. And it's time for our final spotlight speaker for this evening. I'd like to call upon stage Mr. Vivek Bali, CEO Enrich, former head of India Sephora. He's from the batch of 1981. He's a passionate leader. He has both global and local expertise as a marketing and sales strategist with a blend of brand building, business development, and retail experience in India, Eastern Europe, CIS, Canada, Middle East, and North Africa. The CEO of Enrich Salons, ladies and gentlemen, I present Mr. Vivek Bali.
Good evening, alumni, friends, and thank you very much for being so patient today. And also, I would like to thank Harmeet and Kirit to invite me here to present the beauty business in India to all of you. And I also take this opportunity to invite all of you for the Nostalgia in Bangalore, which is in June 16th, 17th, and 18th, 3 days. And we would love to host you all over there. So what I'm going to be talking about is building a successful prestige beauty retail in India. And that's what I have done, with Sephora, and which is what I'm leading now with Enrich. So we are going to discuss the success of Sephora in India and how that was made possible. I think the important thing is that we looked at how the Indian economy is favoring the beauty business in India. Obviously, we all know there is a robust GDP growth and is going to continue to grow. There is a growing middle class. There's a growing affluent and aspirer households. I think these all matter in a prestige beauty business. And there is an increasing consumer spend which is happening. What are the favorable demographics that we've seen? I think you're seeing an expanding, working age population, which is growing at a pace of 5%. And there is a high women population in India, and I think that is extremely important for a beauty business. And there is a large number of them now coming into the workforce in the last 5-6 years, which we've seen, and I think they are now spending and indulging, with the monies that they're earning. The most important thing is that we are a young country. 65% of the population is less than 35 years of age. So therefore, you look at many years of good consumption, on the beauty side. And I think, so this large customer base with a young population creates an attractive market for beauty business. And this is what was evaluated, was one of the evaluations that we had done before we launched Sephora in India. I think the other important thing that is happening now, while we are still behind about 10 years, is a fast-growing modern retail, which is supporting the growth of the beauty business. Now, being a prestige business, it has to be in the malls. We are not on the high streets, as a brand. So I think what you're seeing is that India today, modern trade penetration in India is just about 16%. And when you compare it to the other countries, you see a China or a South Korea, they're at 20-30%. Malaysia to Indonesia, they're at about 30 to 60%. And UK is at 80%, USA 85%. So again, an opportunity for this business to grow rapidly. As the infrastructure grows, this business is going to grow. And with the increased success that we have seen in Sephora, the other chains have started entering into beauty retail. There are upgrades happening at Shoppers, there are upgrades happening at Lifestyle, there are upgrades happening at, Nykaa has just come into it. They were an e-commerce brand, but they've started opening stores, Parkos, Health and Glow, etc. Now, how the market has changed is important when you look at how the beauty trends in India have changed. I think the feel-good, look-great, feel-good factor is very hot right now. Makeup is on a strong growth track. Male grooming is on a strong growth track. And I think what we are seeing is more teenagers in their teens have now started to use makeup. And they're moving away from the traditionally, you can't use it, to using it. Makeup, traditionally, usage of makeup was limited to special occasions, which has now changed. Makeup also used to vary by marriage status, which has now changed. And fragrances, people have transitioned from the days of talcum to body sprays to, fragrances. So I think the whole market is changing. Skincare market was very basic with home remedies to cleansing and moisturizing, which has now moved into an entire regimen. And then hair care, where we used to go for a cut, now it's about cut, color, and other things that you do at the salons. So I think these are the things that are impacting the change. And therefore, when we launched Sephora, we set a vision for ourselves that to be the best beauty destination, to be the best specialty beauty retailer in the Indian market, meeting the needs of the customer by being the best beauty destination with a leading beauty image and providing the best shopping experience. The red ones are the key part of the strategy. We looked at our target segments, customers. Now, what is important in a multi-brand retail where you have 110 brands, is important that you have different types of customers. So you have a beauty basic customer who's an entry-level customer just getting into the workforce, to a beauty queen who's a trendsetter, and there is an evolved beauty. And you have to cater to all of them. Therefore, you segment them by age and what kind of a tier they are, and therefore you position brands accordingly for each one of them, because each one has a different requirement. Those things were very closely looked at, and therefore the brands were positioned accordingly in the store. The other thing, important thing that is there in Sephora is that we defined our DNA, and therefore, when you define your DNA, the brands that you bring inside should match your DNA. You can't have somebody who does not follow what we're going to be talking about. So therefore, we are always hunting for new brands which match our DNA and bring them in. It's a great place to learn, and this is the quality that we look at those brands also, that they should be ready to teach people, the customers, new ways of doing makeup, new looks, and new ways of understanding beauty. Freedom to experience. It's a great place where you can come and try anything, anytime, and as many times. Nobody stops you over there. So it's a playground for customers. Disruptive spirit, we celebrate all festivals in the country at the store with the products, with the looks. So I think that's the DNA match that we would do for all brands, and we follow that as an execution point at every store in the country. There are core values that we had created. We are a colorful store, we are a makeup store. We are smart, we have practical innovations that improve customers' daily lives. We are inviting, we look very good, inside, and we are very well bifurcated by category. It's easy to find the products, and we are playful in the sense that we enjoy the way you shop, and we encourage you to shop. I think there is a video over here, which I would play. I think the most other important thing is the attitude that we have inside the store. And I think this is part of training and repeated training. At Sephora, the customer is an obsession, and we want them to have an unforgettable experience at every moment throughout every corner of the store. And I think these are monitored at the back end on CCTVs, how we are interacting with our customers. But what makes us really stand out and makes customers feel so good at Sephora is this attitude. These are the offerings that we have at Sephora. Quickly, I'll just take you through that. I think most of you would be knowing this, but these are all the categories that are available inside Sephora. In terms of how we, led the business in India, I think importantly, geographical footprint expansion was very important, apart from being inside a mall. But focused on the urban centers and then moved into tier 2 cities. because 60% of the business in beauty comes from these cities. So there was no point running around everywhere, just focus on where you want to be. Category focus was clearly leadership in makeup, skincare, and fragrances, and we built the brand primarily through social media. There was no TV in this. There was no magazines, there was no TV, it was just pure social media. Brand power, today it boasts of 110 brands inside Sephora for you to shop in makeup, skincare, hair care, and fragrances. And I think efficiency has always been in terms of improving speed to market and movement of goods, and training is extremely critical. That's where that's how the expansion has happened at Sephora. That's the footprint. Only 26 doors right now, and numbers looking very good, growth year-on-year basis. And I think this is what we call as a beauty game changer strategy for India. These were some new store openings that we had. This is the look and feel of the stores. I think the most important thing that a lot of people forget is that when we launch a store, we need to make noise. And I think people should know inside the malls that there's something happening. And I think that was successfully followed at Sephora. I think we did the Sephora bus across the city where we launched. We did the dance troupe, which would perform in the malls, and that would really capture the eyeballs of the customers. We had a big visual, which became a selfie point for people to come and take photos over there. The entire route inside the mall, from the parking lot to the store, was having our visuals. And obviously, we engage customers on social media by hunting for that Sephora girl, and awarding them prizes at the opening. So this really worked for us. And we also do a shopping night just before the launch where we invite celebrities and important people of the city, which actually got us a lot of good responses. Celebrity quotient, always in the prestige beauty business, has been very important, and we have always used celebrities, especially in cities like Bombay, Delhi, and Chandigarh, and Calcutta, all the metro cities. Sorry, I think this is a repeat. This was the opening. After doing all this, this was the opening of the Palladium store in Bombay. 4,000 customers standing outside the store to come and shop at Sephora.
Duty free, especially when I'm traveling. I'm very happy it's here and I can do all my shopping in one stop.
Oh my god, you have no idea how excited I am.
I'm very excited. I am a huge Sephora fan. Oh my god, Sephora is here!
It's great news for all the women, because they can buy all the products under one roof.
Super excited.
When you think about beauty, when you think about makeup, you think Sephora, and it's like makeup heaven for girls.
I'm really excited about Sephora. I'm going to be here every day. I'm going to find an excuse to come every day.
I love to shop and I love Sephora.
3, 2, 1, welcome to Sephora!
I'll skip this one. This is a repeat of, we were very consistent with our store openings. We followed the same formula, and I think it worked for us in all the cities. And therefore, the other video was of the other store launch, so I'll skip that for now. And this slide especially is, looking at the beauty business, what could be the job opportunities in the beauty retail and beauty brands is all listed by segment over here. And I think I can share this, with Kirit, and I think they can circulate it to the team over here. But I think this covers primarily luxury, it covers masstige, and it also covers the brands where the opportunities are. But obviously the big ones in this would be Estee Lauder, L'Oreal, your HUL, and then obviously Sephora, Enrich, and Shoppers Stop Beauty, etc. So I think that is probably my concluding slide, and thank you so much.
If I could request Mr. Sumant to please hand over a memento. Mr. Sumant Dhamija. Is he here? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. We have a very, very special message from the principal of Mayo College Ajmer, and we're going to play that on the video for you. So if AV is ready, if we could play that video, please. 2 minutes.
Greetings to all of you from Ajmer. I'm going to give you a few glimpses of Mayo. You're all familiar with our enduring traditions, but you may like to hear about some of the emerging trends that are going on at present. First and foremost is our global outlook. This involves adding an international curriculum, exchanges, membership of international organizations, collaboration with foreign universities, having foreign languages like French and German being taught. Then, the most important part of a boarding school, pastoral care today, has changed a lot. It is now like a home away from home, but with a very careful selection of resident dames or matrons as they are known. But there is a regular family connect with our children, which we encourage. We also have tutorial groups to ensure first responder kind of activities, and we provide formal counseling services. Now, there are 5 focus areas that I want to highlight: admissions, faculty, facilities, opportunities for students, and finally, the higher education awareness or career counseling, as some people call it. First, admissions. We are trying to widen our catchment areas year on year with some headway, because in recent years, the southern and western catchment areas had gone down substantially. For us, the diversity is very important so that we don't get into a regional trap. Then, equally important, that our branding has to shift towards modernity over tradition, because it's tradition that everyone seems to know us for. We have a generational commitment of many of our students, now up to 6th generation. But this is something that we want to encourage more and more. And finally, parents and alumni outreach is very important, and we are regularly in touch with them on social media and by formal communications. Then the faculty. Today we have a generational spread of almost across 3 decades, with some very young teachers who have joined us. We have tried to enhance greater gender parity than before. We are now happy to report that we are a cradle for leadership for other schools, and a large number of prominent schools today in India have been headed by former teachers of Mayo. This has also resulted in giving a higher visibility to Mayo in education, and which in turn is helping us to acquire better talent of incoming teachers. Facilities, I think this is well known, but we are trying to maintain the heritage look whenever we construct anything new in school. We are trying to provide better housing for our staff. Some of it has already been done. The laboratories have been upgraded and they are state of the art now. And we are integrating our major assets like our museum, open air map into our curriculum, even to the point of adding virtual reality to the open air map. And last but not the least, and this is where we need your help, we need quality human resources to be able to leverage our assets. The opportunities beyond academics is something very dear to a good boarding school, and for which we have 20 co-curriculars, 22 sports disciplines. We have revived the old Duke of Edinburgh scheme, now called IAYP. We are getting into Speak Mackay in a big way. We have now 35 clubs and societies, and we've added a couple of years ago performing arts as a faculty, which has helped us to integrate various pedagogies. As far as the careers go, the Higher Education Awareness Program, or HEAP as we call it, started barely 4 years ago, but it's fully up and running. It runs from grade 9 to 12. We've kept a close alumni link, so it's located in Alwar House, right across the Old Boys Society office. And we are working in close coordination with many foreign universities. For our career fair each year, we get almost 100 universities from India and abroad to come, and our population size is only about 70 to 80 students. And last but not the least, we've now added coaching classes for the important examinations, which has helped to reduce our attrition rate after 10th from 30% to 15% within 1 year itself. Alumni outreach. This is actually the crux of why I'm talking to you today. We need a full database from which we can operate and leverage. We want to form support groups like the recent alumni sports support group that met in 15th of Feb in our school, and we hope some good will come of it. In a couple of years, we'll be celebrating our 150th year, and we hope with the help of alumni, we will be able to manage as many as 75 events in a span of about 15 months, both big and small events. I want to invite you to come for the Old Boy Lecture Series. It's been there on our calendar. It shows twice a month, but you can choose your dates. And a Scholar in Residence program where you come, give a talk, and stay on a few days, interact informally with the children, and let them learn a lot of what is known to you. And last but not the least, please give your time and talent to your alma mater. The rest will all fall into place. So I wish you all the very best for the Alumni Summit, and I compliment the Mayo Alumni Association of Delhi for organizing such a large-scale event. Thank you very much.
And if I may now invite Mr. Kirit Javli to address us, in fact, give out his vote of thanks. Kirit, please.
Thank you very much. I know it's a very onerous task. We've had a very long afternoon and an evening. Good evening to all sponsors, speakers, stall partners, members of the General Council, President of the Old Boys Society, Colonel Bhavani Singh, President of the MCGS, Pooja Kothari, President Harmeet Singh, all members of the Executive Committee of MAD, all alumni, including those who have traveled across India to be here. I feel incredibly honored and privileged to give this vote of thanks. We have heard some of the best minds in the business in today's summit. I think we've all learned a lot and gained some knowledge. I sincerely thank the speakers for taking time from the busy schedule, for gracing the occasion with their presence. It's indeed a great honor for our alumni to have amidst us our very own prominent alumni and guest speakers for the great contribution in their respective fields. On behalf of MAD, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the speakers, panelists, and all the stall owners who are putting up this wonderful show. I also have to thank all the donors. We cannot forget our donors for a moment. On behalf of MAD, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the donors who made it possible. Event partners, the role played by event partners and the knowledge partners, I extend a heartfelt gratitude to all the event partners. We also like to propose a vote of thanks to our participating alumni delegates for taking the valuable time out and ensuring their presence here, without whom this event would not have been a success. 3 cheers to all the alumni who are present here this evening. Thank you. Last but not the least, I request the members of the organizing committee to please come up on stage. The wheels for organizing this summit began 2 months ago. A lot of hard work, a lot of voluntary time. Since then, everyone has become part of the process in many ways, from the organization team to the committee members to the participants. I'd like to extend a vote of thanks to our president for his support and commitment, Mr. Amrish Raghuvanshi, senior member of the MAT committee, for his guidance and tremendous support overall. Treasurer Pankaj Khanna for sound planning and advice. Dipin Kapoor for his IT support and for launching the Mayo Alumni app, and for rolling out Sachin Matreja for extending his event management support and expertise. Of course, Sini for her admin support. However, I cannot overlook the efforts of 4 young alumni who've been part of this organizing committee. Prateek Shankar, 2013 batch. Jasleen Kocher, 2000 batch, MCGS. Vidushi Gulati, 2010 batch. And Jay Bhargav, 2019 batch, who have all worked tirelessly behind the scene to make this summit a possibility. 3 cheers to everybody. May I request the members of the organizing committee to please come on stage. Amrish, Harmeet sir, Pankaj, Prateek, Jay, Jasleen. Dipin, Sachin Matreja, Sachin, without your event management support, we won't have it. Paran and Shivjeet, thank you for your roles as MC. Done a tremendous job. May I request Colonel Bhavani Singh to honor our 4 young alumni and say parting words.
I think we've had enough words. We need to get to the bar and get the evening started. So I'll just hand over some mementos to these youngsters. Thank you for all your support.
Thank you so much, sir. Prateek. Vidushi. Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Okay, I can officially say it now, the bar is open, so enjoy yourself.
Thank you.
Bye bye, fun.
How are you? I'm fine. Are you taking the video? Yes. Oh, okay. Thank you. Making it. As a gentleman and work. Yeah. A lot. Huh? This is the age to work. You work the same.
कभी भी यही है ये मच्छर इधर ले आओ ये लो
On the surface, they're only in the skin. She's been nominated.
She's my Thank you so much.
I'm diving.